The Fate of Austria. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. Do it again. Frankfurt, temporary headquarters of the German Confederation. Count Pillersdorf lit a cigar to cheer himself up. Normally, routine meetings within the German Confederation were just a formality. In the 28 years since its establishment, only one earth-shattering event has occurred, and yes, it happened to him. Because Ming was mysteriously involved in the Luxembourg crisis. He was scolded by Prince Metternich after he returned home. He was very old and really didn't want to do it again. So as a seasoned politician, he must brace himself to listen to the boring speeches of these idiots. Smoking was prohibited at the German Confederation conference, and only Austrian representatives had this privilege. This stupid show-off seemed very necessary to the politicians at the time. My Lord Count, your Pilsner beer, Ludwig von Renz said carefully. Count Pillersdorf was choked up when he saw Ludwig von Renz. The latter quickly patted the former's back and waited for a while before coming over. Count Pillersdorf thought to himself, why is this guy here again? It is the secret police's negligence that he was not caught in prison. In fact, this kind of big German nationalist is really difficult to catch, as long as he doesn't do anything extraordinary, and there are many people in the Austrian Imperial government who think this approach is correct and will help secretly. As for the so-called secret police, these people all work with money, and of course the money is in Franz's hands. He will only let it deal with those dangerous elements. Although Ludwig von Renz is very good at provoking troublesome, but not a particularly evil person. Ludwig von Renz. Yes, Count Pillersdorf. You have a very good memory. I was the one who accompanied you last time. Well, young man, you have beer. You can go buy a pig's trotter. In fact, people in Germany eat pig's trotters, but the way they eat it is slightly different from that in the East. They like to eat roasted pig's trotters. The method is simple and crude. Just brush oil and bake on the rack. Sprinkle some cumin and serve. Although it is very rough, it has a unique flavor. The fried pig's trotters in Austria are a bit too much. The hydraulic presses used for industrial production in other countries are used by the Austrians to squeeze vegetable oil, so their edible oil production has always been among the best in Europe. So there is a problem that everything can be fried, as long as there are breadcrumbs and sugar sonagus, they will be fried for you. What Franz couldn't accept the most was that the fried pig's trotters were still sweet closer to home. Earl Pillersdorf just wanted to send this young man away because he always felt that being with this person might be unlucky. Ludwig von Renz was a little surprised by the officer's words, but he still decided to run errands. After all, the other party was an 8th level civil servant and a representative of the Austrian Empire, while he was just an ordinary college student. After Ludwig von Renz left, the representatives of other surrounding countries were actually surprised by what Count Pillersdorf said just now. It's beer and pig's trotters. Does he think this is camping? However, due to the strength of Austria at this time and the prestige accumulated for hundreds of years, no one dared to stand up and accuse, even in whispers. But this does not mean that everyone will not mentally connect the experienced politician in front of them with the fully. In fact, Earl Pillersdorf was feeling miserable. He just wanted to open an account normally and leave the house normally. The regular meetings of the German Confederation are indeed very boring. They are just those small states quarreling over some inexplicable fractions. Either this family's sheep gnawed that family's cabbage, or that family's businessman did business across the border without paying taxes. There are also some debts that cannot be returned. For example, Hamburg lent Kronberg 200,000 florins for turnover, but repaid the other party 200,000 francs a year later. There were loopholes in the contract, signed by the two parties. This kind of thing is very troublesome. Things in the Rhine River basin are much more interesting. The Bavarians wanted to build a dam, but this aroused dissatisfaction from the Prussians. Countries downstream are also dissatisfied with Prussia's massive discharge of industrial sewage. They say that people and livestock in their countries will lose hair and hair after drinking the black water. If this continues, the people of their country will become real naked apes. Now, students in several schools have experienced collective hair loss, and they look like the European branch of Fenks and Point Count Pillersdorf side. It seemed that the Bavarians were very kind by just dumping excrement and garbage in the river. The downstream countries asked Prussia for compensation, and Prussia asked Bavaria for compensation. Bavaria said that this should be blamed on Switzerland, or if Prussia cannot control the Rhineland, Bavaria, can take over for me. In fact, even if Austria makes a judgment about such messy worries, those countries will not abide by it. Besides, the more chaotic the vassal states are, the better, so that Austria can maintain its dominant position. At this time, Metternich still retained the ancient thinking of checks and balances. Count Pillersdorf was naturally appreciated by him, because the two had the same views, even though Metternich gained a lot of new insights when he came into contact with Franz. The things engraved in his bones are still not easy to change. Old people usually hate change, especially those who are successful and famous. Metternich was a traditional diplomat who cared about the interests of the Austrian Empire itself, not the interests of the German Confederation or the German nation. Therefore, maintaining a loose alliance is very important to him, and leading the Luxembourg crisis is a very dangerous approach and a meaningless waste. It is more likely to create enemies for Austria, and should be banned. If the German Confederation is too closely connected, it may cause unnecessary illusions in those small states, or it may involve Austria in the war like the Luxembourg crisis. This will be a heavy burden for the empire. Earl Pillersdorf's slumber was suddenly broken by a voice. King Willem II of the Netherlands has arrived. Out of respect for the members of the royal family, even though Count Pillersdorf was a representative of Austria, he still had to stand up and salute. Seeing the shrinking look of the Dutch king, Count Pillersdorf snorted with disdain. He is truly a merchant king. He looks just like those clowns. As a traditional aristocrat, Earl Pillersdorf looked down upon those upstarts. Businessman was always a derogatory term in his subconscious mind. The opening remarks of King Willem II of the Netherlands, while holding a manuscript, were long and dull, making people drowsy. Just as Count Pillersdorf was about to breathe a sigh of relief, King William II of the Netherlands suddenly said, "The English pirates robbed our Dutch merchant ships and injured our citizens. As a member of the German Customs Union, I ask for your help. The Dutch are also Germans, and the German Confederation should also include the Netherlands. We are all descendants of Germanic people." Earl Pillersdorf snorted again, and thought to himself, who would fall for this, trying to use the German Confederacy as a spearhead. Then a voice sounded behind him. "We will not sit idly by." The person who spoke was none other than Ludwig von Lenz, who came back holding the pig's feet. Chapter 452. Austria is right. Ludwig von Lenz once again became the center of attention after a few months. Yes, it's this little known young man again. In fact, Count Pillersdorf had already made two preparations. He had just communicated with representatives who were closer to the Austrian side. No matter what outrageous words Ludwig von Lenz said, they did not represent the attitude of the Austrian Empire. The meaning was very clear. Don't flatter him. But the sudden appearance of the King of the Netherlands and the roar of Ludwig von Lenz really made people feel a little overwhelmed. Moreover, encounters between Dutch merchant ships and British pirates always give people the illusion that they have returned to the 17th and 18th centuries. In fact, the representatives of the German Confederation were also confused by the chorus on and off the stage. After all, most of the states did not even have territorial waters, and the last time they encountered pirates they might have been Vikings. Although Count Pillersdorf has made peace with most countries, there are always a few surprises. For example, Prussian Foreign Minister Heinrich von Bülow felt that this was an opportunity to discredit Austria. Opportunity. After all, not many countries in the entire German Confederation have naval organizations. On land, the Austrians can coerce members of the German states to fight for them, but what about at sea? Should those princely states be allowed to build their navies in the Rhine and Danube rivers? So he stood up and applauded. The Austrian representative is right. The small states of the same faction as Prussia will naturally echo the sentiment, and then those states that have no position will see that the eldest brother and second brother in the German Confederation have spoken, and they have expressed their indignation and asked to help the Netherlands. Brothers demand justice. The main reason is that these countries do not even have territorial waters, not to mention navies, and it is none of their business whether to fight or not. In addition, the number of German nationalists has increased rapidly due to the previous successive victories. After all, everyone likes to stand on the side of victory. On one side, the representative from Bavaria, who did not mind the trouble, screamed the loudest, wishing he could go to Asia to kick the British in the. But right now, the entire parliament all suddenly became a mess, and the public mood was agitated. In fact, King William II of the Netherlands and his ministers were not sure before coming, but it was great to have the famous Ludwig von Lens here. At this time, King William II of the Netherlands felt that the time had come, and he ordered people to bring up several boxes full of gold. But compared to old Kurda's sincerity, the merchant king was obviously better at doing business. He only said that he would donate the gold in the box to the German Confederation to contribute to everyone. However, he did not mention the actual value of the gold inside. In fact, it was only worth 5 million florins. This number is not small, but when averaged across states, it is really not that much. Even 5 million was not a small number at the time. William II was very determined to come up with so much money. After all, his lover Caroline told him that under normal circumstances, whether it was to obtain asylum from the German Confederation or to resolve maritime disputes with Britain, 5 million was far from enough. William II naturally knew that what the other party said was true, but he was not prepared to pay the money himself. Instead, he asked the businessmen and nobles in the country to pay some blood. After all, those people paid too little money to the royal family and the government, but they caused so much trouble to the Netherlands. In fact, the corruption of the Dutch East India Company was equally serious, similar to that of the British East India Company, and its financial reports were always in the red. For every 1 million in profits turned over, there will be 3 million in debt. However, due to the increased management efforts of the Dutch government in recent years, they do not dare to go too far. The senior officials of the Dutch East India Company were smart enough to report this incident to the government, but they actually wanted to throw the bull away. But he didn't expect that William II would use his plan to directly ask the Dutch East India Company to resolve the matter. Otherwise all of them would be dismissed and investigated. Naturally, these leaders of the Dutch East India Company would not resign and hand over their power. They had no ability to deal with the British, so they could only plead with the king. But William II pretended that he had nothing to talk about. The senior officials of the Dutch East India Company finally realized the seriousness of the problem. However, in order to prevent these people from jumping over the wall in a hurry, Caroline had already sent people to contact them. In European history, it is not uncommon for ministers to find their mistresses to approve memorials when kings do not do their job. So, these people approached Caroline, who naturally opened her mouth wide open. After that, one party asked for a high price, and the other party sat on the ground to pay back the money. William II finally got 30 million Dutch guilders, and he was still very happy. After all, this was the first time he defeated those greedy villains. Caroline was also happy because she had withheld 20 million guilders, but Caroline did not get carried away because the next day a letter was placed on the table in her bedroom. The letter recorded in detail Caroline's income and reported data over the years. At the same time, there was a letter written by Jenny. Of course, only the two of them knew the specific content. Franz understood that such a high-ranking spy did need to be beaten, but it should not be too much. After all, it is not so easy to place such a person next to the King of the Netherlands. As for the money, the amount was indeed staggering, but Franz didn't care. He cared more about Austria's influence on the Netherlands. The attitude of the Low Countries towards Britain will greatly affect Britain's future policy. Historically, the reason why the British could sit back and relax was not because of the decline of the Netherlands, but also because Belgium was willing to serve as the pawn of the British. But at this time, the world had undergone some changes. France and the Netherlands, the two countries closest to the United Kingdom, had poor relations with it. This forces the British to have to think more about their own safety. While wielding a big stick to stir up, they must also be careful not to be pushed into the shit vat. Of course, Franz didn't know what was about to happen in Frankfurt at this time point. On the other side, Frankfurt, the temporary headquarters of the German Confederation. In fact, usually people with the status of the monarch will not participate in such routine meetings. However, King William II of the Netherlands chose to be present in person in order to express his sincerity. Coupled with the nationalist atmosphere and the large boxes of gold, the small states that followed Austria were also tempted. After all, this kind of thing that has both face and dignity is not done in vain. Then all these pressures were put on the chairman of the meeting, Count Pillersdorf. At this time, he really wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide himself, so that no one could see him. But it is a pity that Count Pillersdorf failed. He had to take a stand. If he did not take a stand, it would be equivalent to acquiescing to this result, and the Austrian Empire would still be tied to this chariot called nationalism. But if Count Pillersdorf raised objections, he would make himself and Austria the public enemies of Germany. Chapter 453 Dilemma. Vienna, Schönbrunn Palace. When the news that the German Confederation was going to crack down on pirates in the South Seas reached Vienna, Franz was still very surprised. He did not expect progress to be so fast, nor did he expect that the German Confederation would pass this resolution. At this time, Franz became more and more suspicious of the professionalism of Austrian diplomats. It was simply terrible that such an unreasonable resolution could be passed. Another point is that this matter disrupted Franz's elaborate layout. In fact, due to the transportation and communication restrictions of this era, a lot of information cannot be transmitted in a timely manner. Therefore, some ideal and exquisite layouts can really only exist in ideals due to some minor deviations and accidents. Today's situation was created. Franz never expected that an extremely small person with a name that he could not even remember would once again appear on the front page of a German regional newspaper. In fact, it is not that Austria cannot handle this crisis, but it should not be done by this person, and it should not be done at this time. Perhaps it was really a mistake not to arrest this man and imprison him until death. In fact, it was not that the secret police did not take Ludwig von Renz away for investigation. But unfortunately, the head of the secret police who was responsible for interrogating him happened to be a big Germanist, and he was greatly helped by an economist, Bumburg. The chief culprit who directly caused the Luxembourg crisis only stayed in the interrogation room for a week before being sent home to reflect. A few months later, he even came to the temporary headquarters of the German Confederation again as a student representative. Then he once again dragged the entire German Confederation to the brink of war. Yes, sometimes it only takes a few days for the rain to turn into a flood, and the same is true for public opinion. Obviously, with the previous experience of the Luxembourg crisis, people seemed to be more enthusiastic about the war, without any fear at all. But they soon discovered a problem. They seemed unable to reach Asia. In fact, Franz knew that sooner or later the British would target the small court of Nünming. After all, it was a gold mine. And with the experience of trading with the Qing dynasty, they took it for granted that Nanming would also buy opium from them. But one of the agreements made by Franz and Zhu Qiangying was to prohibit the Chinese from taking opium wantonly, and the use of opium as medicine was naturally not included in this. Zhu Qiangying, who has been living in Southeast Asia for many years, hates opium merchants and human traffickers the most. No one knows better than her how hateful these two people are. In fact, when Franz mentioned opium, Zhu Qiangying thought that the former wanted to monopolize the opium trade. But Franz's proposal was just the opposite. He asked Zhu Qiangying's Nanming to completely ban opium. Of course, this would take a process that could take 10, 20, or even 50 years. But in fact, Franz underestimated Zhu Qiangying's determination and the courage of this ancient nation. In just a few years, opium smokers were physically eliminated. However, the British did not know this, but even if they knew this, they would continue the opium trade, for no other reason than to balance the trade deficit. The products of Kalimantan are far less rich than those of Qing dynasty, but self-sufficiency is not a problem. At the same time, it was part of the agreement with Franz and the need to maintain rule. Most of the materials of this small court of the Southern Ming dynasty were imported through Chenla, and Chenla was actually a clerical state controlled by Franz. This was naturally done to firmly bind the new Nanming to the Austrian war in the car. When Zhu Qiangying rejected the British's peaceful trade, the two sides were bound to have conflicts. Generally speaking, when faced with such a weak country, the British will first choose gunboat diplomacy, forcing the other party to sign a trade treaty, forcibly importing goods, supporting agents, and gradually controlling it. Just that the British don't have much power in the Nanyang region. Even if they want to fight, they will not choose to land for battle. After all, Nanming can quickly defeat the surrounding indigenous forces, as well as those king court lackeys and local factions, because it is not the gift given to Zhu Qiangying by France. The Jade Seal is not a gun, but hundreds of thousands of young men. Point of course, if the British were really smart and chose to start a war in the jungle on the island of Kalimantan, then France would be very happy, because it would be a bottomless pit point. But it turned out that the British were not stupid. They sent a mini fleet to blockade several important ports in Nanming. However, no attack was launched. After all, Zhu Qiangying could send people to surround the British strongholds on Kalimantan Island at this time. Point of course, the two sides could not continue to be in a stalemate, so it was the Dutch's turn. In fact, in a sense, Nanming and the Dutch East India Company have a hostile relationship, but the two sides have both confrontation and cooperation. For example, the Dutch will not refuse such things as making money and smuggling. Then there was a scene where British warships seized Dutch merchant ships. In fact, the decline of the Netherlands should be largely attributed to the Anglo-Dutch War, so the Dutch, who had an advantage in Southeast Asia, were very unconvinced by the British who had just arrived. The result was that a Dutch fleet besieged the British port in a mighty manner, and then fled back to Jakarta in disgrace with the loss of troops. The Dutch actually called Jakarta Batavia at the time. The Dutch fleet was still at the level of the 18th century and had no chance of winning against the new British warships. The Dutch soldiers, who were pampered all day long, were no match for the British Navy, which was plundering everywhere. A tragic defeat was inevitable, but Franz did not expect that the two would actually fight. He just wanted to take the opportunity to solve the trade crisis in Nanming and give the Netherlands a reason to join the German Confederation. It's just that things have developed a bit quickly, and now Austria is being roasted on the fire again. Yes, so far in the entire German Confederation, only Austria has colonies in Asia, and only its navy can take on the task of combating piracy in the South Seas. The problem is that the so-called pirates are actually British, and Austria cannot actively choose to declare war with Britain, which puts it in a dilemma. Vienna, Regency Council, hurry up and arrest this idiot Pilsdorf. He actually has the nerve to come back. And that college student. I said we should strengthen the supervision of universities. You just don't listen, Prince. Metternich complained crazily and threw blame crazily at the same time. To be honest, he was extremely disappointed with this incident. It would be fine to fight the British on the European continent, but to go to Asia and fight a naval battle with the British would be to die. Count Korolov also looked solemn. He had a good relationship with the military. According to Count Tyrrell, the Austrian Navy was now fully capable of defeating the British Mediterranean Fleet. The problem is that first of all, the Mediterranean Fleet is just one of the British squadrons. Secondly, the target this time is in Asia. Thirdly, Tyrrell has never even been in a river in his life. In theory, he should know nothing about the Navy. Finally, they were talking about the Austrian Navy at a family gathering, which meant that the other party was most likely drunk. In fact, on the other side of the sea, British Prime Minister Robert Peel also looked at the information in his hand with a confused face. The German Confederation will organize a delegation to ask our country for its views on pirates in the South Seas. Chapter 454 Output. London, England. To be honest, Robert Peel was very depressed. He had just opened up the situation for Britain in South America, but as a result, the Southeast Asia region was related to the German Confederation. Especially in a small place that Robert Peel didn't even know. It was simply lawless to rob Dutch merchant ships and ask for ransom. He believed that the British Royal Navy could definitely do such a thing. Now there is a conflict with the German Confederation and the Netherlands for this inexplicable reason. That was absolutely a fool's errand, but Britain would never admit that its navy committed piracy. Robert Peel decided to use the procrastination tactic. Yes, He sent a survey team to Nanyang. They would investigate for half a year first, and then there was no need to rush on the way back. After another half a year, the Netherlands and the German Confederation would probably forget about this matter. Therefore, it is very rare that the British attitude is extremely sincere. They first reiterated that they would resolutely crack down on piracy, and stated that they attached great importance to the matter and would set up an investigation team to rush to Nanyang to investigate. If found, severe punishment would be imposed. Austria Vienna. Prince Metternich also breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that it could be over now. After all, he already had face, and there was no need to continue to offend Britain for the sake of the Netherlands. Robert Peel and Metternich were both very grateful to each other for their understanding at this time, but the navies and citizens of both sides did not think so. The British Royal Navy has a tradition of fighting every enemy, but the Prime Minister wants to fight his own people before the war starts, which they can't understand. The British national character and national consciousness have long been awakened. Of course, this only includes parts of Great Britain and Ireland. They feel that the Germans on the European continent are too arrogant. Even if our warships sank the other party's merchant ship, it may be the other party's fault. Of course, more people believe that it was pirates, but even pirates are English pirates. With simple sympathy, people do not want the government to dealing with one's own countrymen. The times the same is true within the German Confederation. After all, there are too many people who want to watch the excitement without taking it too seriously. Prussia in particular hopes to use this to reduce Austria's prestige. Other states also have their own agendas, but most of them point the finger at Austria. There is no way around this. Whether it is ancient palace politics or modern parliamentary politics, they do not want a faction to become bigger. The most important thing is that they can stay out of it and enjoy the joy of security. The people were inspired by previous victories, although various states have been suppressing and even persecuting the unificationists. In particular, universities have suffered the most serious persecution, such as the Seven Gentlemen of Göttingen. However, with Britain, France, and Russia all awakening to national consciousness, it is impossible for the German and Italian regions sandwiched in the middle to be immune to its influence. The worst among them was Austria. Historically, the whole country was in revolution in 1848. Although they didn't know what to do or how to do it, they almost blew through this ancient empire. Due to the presence of Franz in this life, the Austrian Imperial government had much stronger control over the country, but it was still blown away by the wave of nationalism. A man as small as an ant could almost drag Europe into the whirlpool of war twice, which is enough to prove the horror of this storm. Ludwig von Renz was nothing more than an insignificant figure in Franz's view. What was truly terrifying was the wave of nationalism, which was too terrifying for Austria, a multi-ethnic country without a subject. In fact, Franz has been suppressing overly radical nationalists. After all, no ruler wants to see his country fall apart or be kidnapped. Franz even sent someone to assassinate Viscount Kilkenny Baron, because indulging in too extreme nationalism would surely lead to disaster. Ludwig von Renz does not have that tendency yet. In Franz's opinion, the former does not seem to have any special purpose, and he even made it because he had low self-control and was carried away by blind national enthusiasm. Some stupid things. So Franz was not prepared to deal with it like Viscount Kilkenny Baron, but he would not leave him in Austria, especially in certain key departments. Perhaps Ludwig von Lenz was not that kind of person and had never had that kind of thought, but there was no guarantee that he would not be exploited. At this time, this little man had considerable influence in Austria and even the entire German Confederation. This was one of the reasons why Franz didn't send someone to make him disappear directly. But Franz didn't want to meet Ludwig von Renz, let alone waste time persuading the latter. What the former wanted to do was send him overseas. That's right, export nationalism. The French and Russians don't understand this thing, while the United Kingdom and the United States have been going astray. There are various ethnic groups in Austria's overseas colonies, including local aborigines. Catholicism alone is certainly not enough. At this time, more advanced nationalism is needed to help. In fact, some things are not equivalent to scourges as some Westerners propagate. As long as we take advantage of the situation, we can get twice the result with half the effort. This is the same reason that water can carry a boat and capsize it. Humans are social animals and need to communicate and cooperate, and cultural identity and spiritual resonance are the basis for group collaboration. All Franz had to do was break it into pieces and recast it to make it what he wanted it to be. Of course, in addition to Ludwig von Lenz, Franz also sent many people who would lead the formation of a new nation and country. Ivory Coast, Guinea, Togo, Cameroon, Namibia, Tanzania, Chile, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and, under Austrian control, California. At this time, the most populous area in Austria overseas was California. After all, the temptation of gold was too great, and the so-called rich water does not flow to outsiders. This was not only true in the East, but also in the West. Franz initially blocked the news, but the gold mine still needed people to dig, and it was obviously unreliable to rely only on the captives and indigenous people. So poaching people from Austria has become a good choice. In fact, having the opportunity to risk your life to go gold mining is a very rare opportunity for many people. Combined with the unrest that followed, this made California a good place to be as an Austrian. At the same time, in order to maintain public order and peace, Austria is also increasing its troops in batches. Although there are only a few thousand troops at a time, over the past few years, there have been nearly 30,000 troops stationed here, plus the number of Austrian nationals here is enough for hundreds of thousands. If Germans from other countries are included, the total population exceeded 200,000, accounting for more than half of California's population at this time. The rest are the indigenous people, Mexicans, Spanish refugees, Indians who moved westward, Americans who gave up their nationality, and workers who moved here from Central America. Moreover, they are at the bottom of society and do not possess many resources. This is where Franz needed Ludwig von Lenz to go, because the locals urgently needed a spiritual sustenance, and Mexico's corrupt politics and corrupt country were naturally not what people yearned for. Chapter 455 Three Camps, London, England. Because some people were dissatisfied with the government's weak attitude toward the German Confederacy, they decided to take to the streets to demonstrate. However, this time the London police did not sit idly by, like they did with the Chartists, and directly sent mounted police to break up the parade, causing dozens of casualties. But this was not the end yet. Then a large number of special police trained by Robert Peel were dispatched, wielding big sticks and beating anyone they saw. After dispersing the crowd, they began to arrest die-hard element. After interrogation, the British government quickly concluded that this was deliberately incited by foreign forces and it's time to judge. Judge should be killed. Robert Peel is not a mediocre person. He knows exactly where his bottom line is, and will never let anyone interfere with his plans for the future of Britain. However, he still made some concessions, such as people from the Navy going to investigate the Navy's affairs. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is completely a naked cover-up. As a result, no one in the Royal Navy would be dissatisfied, and some even felt that this was a unilateral mockery of the German Confederation. In fact, Robert Peel knew the other side's bottom line, but he just wanted an attitude from the British side. He didn't think the other side really dared to start a war, but the international situation at this time could not help Robert Peel be careful, because there were many countries that wanted to deal with Britain, and giving them a chance was not what he wanted to see. Especially the kind of pretending to mediate, but actually secretly stoking the enemy, is even more unacceptable to Robert Peel. But what he didn't expect was that Austria really sent a fleet there. Franz knew very well that it would not work to rely on mutual understanding to solve Nanming's problems. Negotiations with the bandits must follow their logic. In fact, to this day, William Hawke has not reported any intelligence about the attack on Dutch merchant ships, because he felt that he could suppress it. William Hawke still made concessions to the blockade imposed by the Nanming regime on the island of Kalimantan, and he allowed some Dutch merchants to pass part of the time. But once this ban was opened, it meant that the so-called blockade was in vain, so much so that the British naval officers and soldiers responsible for the blockade became lax. This gave Nanming an opportunity to take advantage of it. After all, Zhu Qiangying never gave up on winning this war on his own. Although Franz's promise was there, she always felt that it was not true. Moreover, many senior officials in Nanming are immigrants, and they have a special hatred for the British, because the British were the culprits who caused them to leave their homeland. Now they have fled to Nanyang, and are being blackmailed and besieged by the British. How could these people swallow this breath? They once saw the British sinking a warship flying the King Dragon flag and they all jumped for joy. Even Bazley, the commander-in-chief of the British Army at the time, had a puzzled look on his face. Later, the King government increased taxes in order to maintain its rule, which made ordinary people miserable. Later, foreign masters also came to the shore to dominate, and those who could not survive had to leave their homes. They think they are working part-time, but they are called piggers. Nanyang is also a world where the jungle is like hell, with foreigners, natives, and gangs that oppress their compatriots. Later, when Nanming founded them, they had a family and lived like human beings. Nanming's taxes on the poor and farmers were very low, while taxes on landlords and merchants were very high. Therefore, it quickly gained the support of the people at the bottom, and those local forces that followed the king system and gang rule were quickly completely dismantled. Nanming's system was to support small farmers, and then let the state control commerce and minerals. This is a typical thinking of an agricultural resource country, but it was very attractive to most ordinary people who could not survive at the time. The people do not suffer from scarcity, but from inequality. When Nanming was founded, even Zhu Qiangying lived in Guandi Temple, let alone other senior officials of Nanming. It would be nice to have a straw mat and a shabby house, so the internal conflicts were not big. After a little stability, she began to deal with internal corruption issues. The queen, who grew up listening to dramas, was not generally murderous, but the more she killed, the more people felt that this was the orthodoxy of the Ming dynasty. At the same time, successive victories also increased the power of the queen. The Nanming army went through dozens of large and small battles on the island of Kalimantan, and was invincible. Even the Dutch and British sent envoys. In fact, the Dutch initially wanted to take him as a dog, but several Kapitan and a 600-man army they sent successively suffered consecutive defeats. Coupled with Austria's strength on the European continent, the Dutch East Indies Company is a rat-proof device. At the same time, out of fear of the British, they felt that joining forces was obviously a more reasonable choice. Due to the 4 Anglo-Dutch wars, it was difficult for the Dutch to trust the British, and the latter's occupation of a freshwater port in the northeast of Kalimantan naturally aroused the former's vigilance. All in all, Nanming's army was still very effective at this time. Zhu Qiangying also followed the example of the Ming dynasty and established 3 major battalions. The Shenji Battalion was responsible for artillery, and the 3000 Battalion was the main force of Nanming. At this time, all the new muzzle-loading guns were used. Percussion guns are not as likely to fail in the hot and humid jungles of Kalimantan as matchlocks and flintlock muskets. At the same time, the 3000 Battalion is also the most elite veteran under Zhu Qiangying. In addition to the percussion guns, they also have leather armor for protection, and even the bayonets are different from other troops. The bayonets of the 3000 Battalion are all specially made 3-edged military spines, which are of course Franz's handiwork. This kind of bayonet has an edge-shaped blade and 3 blood grooves, and it looks fierce. The actual function of the blood tank is not only for bloodletting, but also for continuous actions. If there is no blood tank, the thorn will be wrapped in the human body due to blood pressure and severe muscle contraction. In this case, it will be difficult to pull out the thorn, affecting the soldiers' further movements on the Russian-Turkish battlefield that year. Embarrassing scenes often occurred where bayonets were stuck in and could not be pulled out. In the end, soldiers had to give up bayonets and rifles and instead fight with each other with their bare hands. The 3-sided military spurs with blood grooves will not encounter this problem because the wounds caused are open and usually square. In this way, soldiers can carry out continuous assassination actions, and it is also a last resort because there is almost no industrial base on the island of Kalimantan. And the same is true of Batavia, including the Dutch. They don't even have the ability to produce qualified bayonets, but the production of triangular bayonets is simple and requires low craftsmanship, making them more suitable for manual workshops. The last 5 military camps are the elite of motley army. They are elite soldiers drawn from various places. They don't even have uniforms and have a variety of weapons. from artillery to matchlock guns to broadswords and spears. Although it has no special features, it is better because of the large number of people point at this time. Nanming's three main forces have been waiting for the opportunity, and the craftsmen have been paying close attention to the movements and entry times of British warships. In fact, there are not many British people in Mera port, but more local natives. Although these natives accepted employment from the British, they had no loyalty at all. Therefore, almost all the British intelligence was sold to Nanming's spies. A total of 4 cruisers, 800 sailors, and 600 native soldiers were the entire British force. Chapter 456 Night Attack on Malaport. Night. Maraport Point. This was originally just a small supply point, with only one company of British troops stationed there. However, due to the sudden rise of Nanming, wars continued on the island point. In addition, ZHU Kyanggying later rejected William Hawke's proposal and deployed 3 cruisers from the British Indian Navy fleet to blockade the port point. These are light cruisers built after the end of the anti-French war, specifically used to combat pirates and block shipping routes. The largest one is only 370 tons. However, the British have a very deep affection for this kind of ship because its predecessor was a privateer. They are merchants on the sea and a nightmare for other merchants. It can even be said that Britain's strength is the result of these privateer owners. But now this type of light cruiser built decades ago and powered by sails is outdated. However, in Nanyang, a sea where armaments were still in the 18th century, they could still rule the roost. Kalimantan has a tropical rainforest climate, which is hot and rainy, which is really unbearable for British people living in Northern Europe. Often they had to wait until late at night before falling asleep, so British sailors chose to kill time by playing poker, the most common game of this era. Lieutenant Branson drank more and was very depressed because he kept losing at cards. He left the barracks angrily, preparing to find a place to relieve himself. Lieutenant Branson finally found a big tree, and just as he was about to take action, a mouse suddenly ran across his feet. He was so frightened that he had no intention of urinating. Lieutenant Branson cursed a few times, but when he found that no one was patrolling the dock, he couldn't help but become even more angry, thinking to himself, "These damn natives are sneaky and cunning. Tell the captain tomorrow and let him take care of these savages." But in fact, there was no one guarding the pier, so it didn't feel strange at all. It was just that the natives were lazy. At this time, Lieutenant Branson had an idea. He felt that there would be no more mice jumping out of the water, so he decided to face the spring flowers in the sea. Lieutenant Branson was halfway through the solution when he suddenly stopped. In a daze, he seemed to hear some sounds, but at the seaside, the waves crashed on the shore, insects chirped and birds chirped, the wind blew the leaves, and the rain hit the plantains. There were sounds everywhere. Lieutenant Branson, who was drunk, was about to take action again. Suddenly a big hand covered his mouth, and then a sharp blade scratched his neck and blood flowed out. Lieutenant Branson subconsciously covered his neck with both hands, but he couldn't make any sound because the cut was too deep. The body was carefully lowered into the water and then tied to a stake under the trestle along with the bodies of other soldiers. In fact, the soldiers of the 3000 Battalion had already been ashore and boarded the ship one after another before, but the first batch of Water Ghost Battalion responsible for seizing the dock started this night swimming attack with only daggers, hand crossbows, and a bamboo tube for breathing. The power and range of crossbows are far less than that of firearms, but they are very suitable for this kind of secret combat at medium and short range. After all, the sound of the machine is much smaller than that of firearms. After a long investigation, Nanming has figured out the deployment and action patterns of the British. They will rest 2 days a week, and the night of the first day of rest is also the time when the British are most relaxed. Although the British Army's barracks were located in the port close to the pier, the only people guarding the pier were Brunei soldiers, and these people deserted almost all the time. In fact, it is not that there is no one on the British warship, but few people who live at sea all year round like to stay on the ship all the time. If they can rest on the shore, they will definitely go to the shore to relax. There were only dozens of British sailors on board the 3 ships, and this time the 3000 battalions were mobilized collectively. As the name suggests, there are really 3000 people in the 3000 battalion. Just imagine what a spectacular scene it would be for 3000 people to swim across the river in Amidst, just that in the night, no one can see the panoramic view, otherwise they will be scared to death. Zhu Qiangying's primary purpose in this night attack was to seize all the ships in Meriport and cut off the British's retreat and contact with the outside world. Most of the 3,000 battalions of soldiers who landed behind were carrying oil paper bags containing gunpowder and muskets. These people began to organize a defense line near the port point. Although the sound of sailing battleships and wooden merchant ships setting sail is not as loud as that of steam-powered ships, the British army is not all fools. These people have been drifting on the sea all year round. If they want to steal their ships without the other party noticing, it is simply impossible. That's just nonsense. After all, many armies have secret whistles, but the information about these people is often confidential, and the soldiers have no way of knowing it. Sure enough, after the sails were deployed, someone immediately informed Colonel Haddock Chris. In fact, the secret sentry was far away from the port, so he escaped the attack. However, he could only see the port in the dark night. There seems to be a shadow moving nearby, but the actual situation cannot be confirmed. So we still gave Nanming some time. When Colonel Haddock Chris took out his telescope to observe, it was already too late. Suddenly, alarm bells rang loudly in Meriport, and the British soldiers who had just fallen asleep and the soldiers who had been sleeping soundly for a long time were immediately woken up. A large group of people rushed towards the dock with torches, but they were greeted by rows of bullets. The British and Turkish soldiers holding torches were as conspicuous as targets in the dark night. With crisp sounds, British and Turkish soldiers continued to fall in a pool of blood. In fact, this was not because of the good marksmanship of the Nanming soldiers, but because the people on the other side were crowded together, and the bullets flew over, and could not hit anyone. It's hard. The British soon discovered this, and extinguished all the torches. But they soon discovered that there was a problem. The other party could not see their position, but they could not see the other party's position either. If the stalemate continued, all the ships on the dock would be driven away. So Colonel Haddock Chris ordered the native soldiers to charge. These Brunei natives were not willing to die, but they had no choice but to rush in front of the cold bayonets. The charge of these cannon foders was completely vulnerable to modern firearms. In the dark night, there were constant sounds of bullets piercing human bodies and the sound of people falling to the ground after being shot. In fact, Colonel Haddock Chris's idea was to let these natives rush in front of the attackers, and the British soldiers would attack, while the two sides were fighting hand to hand. The idea was good, but the natives didn't want to sacrifice their lives for the British Empire at all. After rushing out, they fled in all directions, directly letting out the British troops who were following them. The Nanming army on the other side didn't know whether they were native soldiers or British troops rushing up. In short, they were fighting in one word. The volleys of gunfire were blazing, and the British troops rushing in front were knocked down. In the night, many British troops didn't know where to rush, so they just ran with the people. As a result, a dramatic scene occurred. At least 1/3 of the British troops followed the indigenous people and ran into the woods. The remaining British troops had to face the repeated shooting of thousands of Nanming soldiers. The result was naturally heavy losses, but this night had just begun for the British. The periphery of the port suddenly burst into flames, and the 5th Army Battalion also launched an attack. Seizing the British fleet is only the lowest goal of the campaign. The goal of the Nanming army is to completely annihilate the British forces in Malaport. There were shouts of killing everywhere, and Colonel Haddock Chris didn't know how many enemies there were. He could only give up attacking the dock, and ordered a defense. The east and south gates of Malaport were quickly breached. The local soldiers stationed there did not want to, and did not dare to resist, because the Nanming army had never lost in battles with the indigenous people, and every time they killed those who resisted to the end. After all, over time no natives dared to make trouble with the soldiers and civilians of Nanming. The battle at the West City Gate was the most brutal. At this time, the Sequoia Army's combat effectiveness was still very high. Although the city gate was blown up by Liudadao, the general of the 5th Army Battalion, with landmines, they still built barricades on the streets and continued to resist. The so-called landmines at that time were explosives similar to barrels of black powder. Different from their usage in later generations, they were mainly used to attack cities. Liudadao sent people to attack the British barricade several times without success. At one point, both sides even entered into hand-to-hand combat, but in the end they were driven back by the British Army. Liu Dadao, whose real name is Liu Sunyan, was a bodyguard in the capital. He once thought that he could make a career in the capital with his own skills and a big knife in his hand. But 20 years later, Liu Dadao has always been conscientious, and he went all out for every business, and all the Jianghu people on the road were frightened when they heard his name. But in the capital, Liu Dadao was still just a nobody who couldn't even be called a slave. In the end, he was kicked out of the capital for offending the janitor slave of an adult's family. When Liu Dadao took the package and was about to leave the capital, no one came to deliver it, so he drank in a small wine shop. He used wine to relieve his sorrow, and his sorrow became worse. For a while, he became more and more angry, and finally, with the strength of wine, Liu Dadao jumped into the adult's house with his 100-pound sword. One of the nursing staff found him, and just about to shout, Liu Dadao chopped off one of his arms. Before the nursing staff could scream in agony, another stabbing cut flew his head into the sky. Liu Dadao picked up the severed arm on the ground, and used it as a door bolt to insert into the door. Then he killed 23 members of the family of the man who drove him out of the capital. The janitor slave was chopped into pieces, and Liu Dadao fled all the way to Nanyang. When he arrived in Nanyang, he finally made a name for himself, and became the 8th leader of the Zhangyi Hall with his own abilities and fierceness. Although it is called Zhangyi Tang, what it does is just wrestling people and then showing them to opium dens, brothels, and casinos. Liu Dadao thought he would spend his whole life in such a miserable state, until one day the Nanming army captured Shanghai city, and Duan Yaod, the general manager of the Zhangyi Hall, took 100,000 taels of silver to reward the three armies, and by a future point but by chance, an old woman with a basket of sesame cakes came to reward the three soldiers that day, and the two happened to be sworn enemies. Although Duan Yao did not know this old woman, she had always wanted to cut him into pieces for 20 years because it was Duan Yao who fell in love with her daughter-in-law 20 years ago, and then had her family's fishing boat sunk. Her husband became so angry that he couldn't afford it, and his son was so angry that he wanted to seek justice, but he was raped before he even saw Duan Yao. Ding was beaten to death, and even the corpse was fed to the crocodile. With a basket of sesame cakes and 100,000 taels of silver and 2,000 men and women at the entrance, as well as hundreds of years of business in the Shanghai area, Zhu Qiangjing chose the former without hesitation. He dragged Duan Yu to the market in trance, held him under the knife, and executed him. The rights were given to the old woman. Afterwards, the senior officials of Zhangyi Hall discussed to avenge the big boss, and then voted for the Dutch to be captain. After hearing this, Liu Dadao drew out his big sword, and killed all the main hall of Zhangyi Hall with one sword point. When the door opened again, thick blood had flowed all over the bluestone floor. Then he went out and hired a carriage, which he filled with heads. Liu Dadao would like to ask for a job. Zhu Qiangjing looked at the car full of heads and the sticky blood still dripping down the cracks on the ground. She didn't show any surprise, but just said something lightly. The braids are cut. The army of the Southern Ming dynasty required changes in customs and customs. If you want to be a soldier or an official, you must not keep the pigtail. This was the first meeting between Liu Dadao and Zhu Qiangjing. The former had committed murder without calculation in his life and was unruly. Even if he was a high-ranking official in the court, gang leaders would not dare to look at him. But Liu Dadao didn't see any fear in Zhu Qiangjing's eyes, and the fear was mutual. In the end, the former became frightened. After all, Zhu Qiangjing had seen something more terrifying than this on Franz's ship. Strong ships and cannons, elite soldiers from hundreds of battles, foreign barbarians, and him. Franz is almost omnipotent in Zhu Qiangjing's eyes, and even his encounter with the former makes the latter feel unreal, like a legendary knife loner. Zhu Qiangjing didn't know why she had such an idea, let alone what the other party meant by drawing straight characters. But she always felt that she should complete her mission quickly, and there seemed to be not much time left for her. It is precisely because of Zhu Qiangjing's own sense of urgency that the entire Nanming top management is very nervous. They didn't know what the queen was thinking, but they had to do something. Liu Dadao looked at the stalemate situation and patted the captain who was organizing the attack. Let your men go down and rest for a while, General. You let me charge again. The captain shouted with bloodshot eyes. Young man, don't be so hasty. Sooner or later it will be your turn. Liu Dadao strode forward and glanced around. Those over the age of 30 are listed. Nearly 100 people immediately stood up. Now, I'm going to take you to meet the British gun formation for a while. It is said that the Tatar cavalry fell into their hands. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Everyone responded in unison. Okay, let us old guys show off to the children first. Tomorrow's army will fight to the death. Liu Dadao drank all the wine in his hand, then smashed the bowl to pieces, followed by the veterans who were over 30 years old. He also drank the wine in one gulp. Kill the enemy and serve the country. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the shouts of killing, a man's voice suddenly appeared and spoke in a sinister tone. General, Liu is so excited. Our family doesn't want to ruin the interest of all the heroes to die, but our family is heartbroken. Why should a good man rush to die? The speaker was wearing a white suit and a pair of small glasses. Although his voice was shrill, he looked physically stronger than Liu Dadao. He is the head of Nanming Shenji camp. Luo Xiangnan, mule. What are you going to do? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, then fart. Don't be so rude. Now that I'm here, I won't be empty-handed. Then Luo Xiangnan gave an order. Where is Lux? Yes. A strong voice replied. Assist General Liu to attack the city. Then 8 strong men carried a naval gun over. That's right. It's the kind of 12-pounder cannon used by battleships. The Shenji battalion had just pointed its black guns at the British army, and the latter surrendered en masse. After all, at this distance, if hit by a cannon of this caliber, a person would be blown to pieces. Chapter 457 Basic Education Issues. Vienna, Schönbrunn Palace. Franz was a little angry and a little depressed. He just wanted to improve basic education. He spent tens of millions of florins on it in 6 years. But why are there still so many problems? What's even more terrible is that it has not yet reached the real promotion stage, but is only in the large-scale pilot stage. Pilot education cannot be generalized in rural and mountainous Austria, especially regarding the issue of free meals. Various previous reports made Franz think that this was a waste of time and a hotbed of corruption. However, the reality is that, since schools stopped providing free meals, there has been a wave of dropouts in mountainous areas. The only reason is that it is too difficult for students in mountainous areas to eat. The mountain school in Franz's imagination was only a few hundred meters away from a village. In fact, there are only a few, or a dozen children in a village. In order to save costs, children from several or even a dozen villages usually share one primary school. Then the problem comes. These children need to walk more than 10 miles or even dozens of miles of mountain roads every day. This exaggerated journey is very scary for ordinary people. Moreover, there were wolves in many mountainous areas of Austria at that time. The wolves in Tyrol were actually about the same size as coyotes and foxes. Their combat power could not defeat a child in a single combat, so as long as they were equipped with a wooden stick or a hiking pole, they were enough to deal with it. Maybe you can add extra food in the evening, but the grey wolves and the Balkans are not something that children can deal with on their own. Compared with these difficulties, eating is a big problem. These children need to bring their own food and fuel. The most important of these is corn. In fact, Europe's rapid population development is due to these two crops, potatoes and corn. However, people in the mountains did not eat corn at that time. Nowadays, the muscular man holding a basin and eating corn salad is advertised on the internet every day. In fact, there was not much difference between the way Europeans and Easterners ate corn at that time. Pancakes made of cornmeal or batter. Cornmeal or a mixture of wheat bran and wheat is the staple food of children in mountainous areas. The so-called vegetables are some unknown wild vegetables plus some ferns and beans. Some wealthy families may bring some raw pickled lard. Pickled lard is actually very popular in Central and Eastern Europe now. It is a paste made from pig fat and pig skin. It is horribly greasy and is usually packed in jars or sealed. in the leather bag. Point as for offal, only rich people can afford it. Point when eating, make a little lard and smear it on the corn tortillas, or mix it into the batter, which makes those children feel very happy. Point then let's talk about fuel. In fact, the mountains are not full of trees as imagined. Just cut them down and pick them up. In fact, not all vegetation is suitable for firewood. The most suitable ones are actually the dead branches and fallen leaves, because it has little moisture and is easy to burn, and it is not easy to smoke and choke people. Point the church's brain circuit is always relatively novel. They also understand that it is not easy for children to go to school, to eat, and to walk on mountain roads all day long is very hard and dangerous. So they began to build monasteries, especially in mountains far away from the worldly world, which in theory were more suitable for spiritual cultivation. Point. But the problem is that this place also needs to be used as a school, and the school is precisely a window that must communicate with the outside world. Point. In fact, Franz didn't care about the affairs of the monks and priests. For the time being, this method seemed feasible because the monastery was large enough and it was borne by the church, so the Austrian government would not block it. Point. At the same time, the monastery can also solve the problem of food and housing for the children, not to mention the problem of declining birth rate or population surge in the future. After all, bigger means more flexibility. Point. However, more monasteries and allowing children to experience too much religious atmosphere may lead to an increase in Catholic influence, and some priests themselves are a threat to children. Point. Franz had asked Archbishop Prussia to purify the clergy more than once, and the latter became the first archbishop in Austria's history to launch a comprehensive war on church corruption, abuse of power, and personal ethics. In fact, it is somewhat inaccurate to say this. Not all priests in history turned a blind eye to the problems of the church, but Prussia was the one with the highest status and the longest life. Point. Moreover, it was said that it was an all-out war, but in fact, only a few high-level church officials were dealt with, and the punishments they received were very light. However, the punishment becomes more severe at the lower level, including execution, scalping, and even burning at the stake, just like a medieval tribunal. Point. In fact, what the Austrian church did was exactly what the Holy See did not dare to do at this time, because the rule of the papal state itself was not stable, and the Inquisition was naturally not courageous enough. Point. Franz knew very well how easy it was to use the church in the front, but how painful it was to peel it off in the back. It cannot be done by just saying science eliminates superstition. It will even take decades and the blood of thousands of people to do it. Point. As for rural areas, usually the most difficult people to deal with are not the local aristocrats, but the so-called village tyrants. When the nobles heard the words government, royal family, and church put together, they had no time to curry favor, and how could they dare to refuse? Point. But these nobles also have their own selfish motives, which is to give away some uncontrollable land to the school. In theory, these lands belong to the nobility, but in fact they are jointly cultivated by some farmers, and are also called public lands. Theoretically speaking, there is no need to pay taxes on crops, burning, and pasture on this part of the land, so the nobles will have little benefit. Point. At the same time, due to hundreds of years of evolution, serfdom has changed and collapsed in parts of Austria, and these so-called public lands were occupied by some powerful farmers. Coupled with the French Revolution, the power of the Austrian aristocracy was greatly weakened. In fact, when Napoleon attacked Austria, he also used this trick of dividing the land against local tyrants, and the effect was very significant. Point. At this time, some of these public lands were occupied by one family or several families, and these people were usually the most powerful people in the village, or the kind of tyrants that no one dared to offend. Point. Although the declining nobles cannot do anything to these people do not dare to do anything to the local nobles. As for facing the imperial power, imperial government, and church, they don't have so many scruples. After all, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Point. Although they dare not be tough, it is still easy for them to prevent all the children in the village from going to school. The Austrian church was still very influential in this era, and a large number of similar incidents were reported to Vienna. Point. Although Franz was unhappy, he set aside a sum of money to compensate those who had been using the public land. Point. But this did not have any effect. On the contrary, the situation became more and more intense. Some people demanded more compensation, some demanded that the school be demolished, and some even led people to surround the school and beat students and teachers. Franz was even more unhappy now. He planned to let the Estates who had just returned from Chenla serve as principals in various places, and then assign a few veterans to the school as janitors and handymen. Although he is a janitor and handyman, his income is actually much higher than the local average. After all, there is no pension at this time point in an era without war. People over the age of 30 would be asked to retire by the Austrian military. Even if they performed very well, they would not be over 35. So Austria could have a large number of outstanding veterans to recruit. The veterans who can be re-employed by the royal family are naturally the best in the Austrian army. Some of them don't want to fight, some don't want to go to other countries to perform tasks, and some simply look down on the mercenary profession, so they gave up joining Umbrella as a mercenary. Opportunity. These people often have excellent military skills, but they don't know anything else. So releasing these people into society is both wasteful and destabilizing. Franz simply arranged some jobs for them as a reward for these veterans who had served the country all these years. And it also leaves a way out for the Austrian Empire. After all, these people can be drafted into the army again at any time. Soon people discovered that there was a tough man in black robe with a sinister face who ate snakes alive in the school, as well as a group of doormen who looked like they were not easy to mess with. To be honest, Franz disliked Austria's land system at this time. The cost of infrastructure construction was too high. But you can't be too hasty. After all, you have to eat one bite at a time, and the road has to be walked step by step. In addition, those who dare to directly attack the school, no matter what the reason is, will be arrested first, and then interrogated in detail. In addition, although basic education has not yet been fully launched in Austria, some businessmen with a keen sense of smell have already sensed the business opportunities. For example, the prices of pencils and paper have increased, but they have quickly returned to their previous levels. After all, it is easy to expand production capacity for these things. Although Franz hoped that education could become a cause of the Austrian Empire, history so far has proved that only profitable can be more inspiring. At least at this time, Austria is not qualified to choose its own model. After all, many places in education are still blank. And if there was any rapid development in Austria's paper and printing industries at this time, I'm afraid that by 1848 there would be more pamphlets advocating the overthrow of the Habsburg royal family and the dissolution of the Austrian Empire. It is much easier to promote education in cities than in remote villages. And most citizens are willing to let their children receive education. As long as it is free. More than 80% of urban children will choose to go to school. The rest are too poor and have to let their children work to support their families. In fact, Austrian education in the German region is relatively backward. This is not because Austria does not pay attention to it, but because it is too large. The infrastructure is relatively backward, the cost is high, and there is no strong executive for basic education in the city. Franz is planning to reopen those public schools from the era of Queen Isa. Although this will not solve the problem of schooling for all school-aged children, it can reduce the illiteracy rate in Austria to a certain extent. Compared with Austria's domestic education, Franz did not need to worry about education in overseas colonies. Although assimilation education was carried out, the local nobles and businessmen squeezed in regardless of their heads. The children of chiefs and priests in Africa were even proud of being able to go to school. For ordinary indigenous people, only a very small number of indigenous people who were very close to the Austrian colonists had the opportunity to go to school. In the Chenla area, it was even more exaggerated. Since it was a clerical state, Franz adopted a selection system in order to check and balance, but also to stabilize his rule. Thousands of people gathered in the square. They were the elite selected from all over Chenla. After that, they had to undergo rigorous tests for several days to check whether they were loyal and talented. In the end, only 100 people could qualify as voters and be re-educated. The main reason is that the territory managed by the church is getting larger and larger. The number of voters is insufficient, and there is insufficient room for advancement for ordinary people. The solidification of classes is very fatal even for the clerical state. After all, if people cannot see hope, they will tend to destroy themselves or destroy the world. But neither of them is what Franz wants to see. What he needs is living blood and a beating heart. Due to the sparsely populated area and inconvenient transportation in Central America, education has become extremely luxurious. However, fortunately, the immigrants here are mainly Austrian German speaking people and the Dutch, so Franz does not need to worry about assimilation. As for the local aborigines, Franz adopted the policy of vacating the cage and replacing the birds with birds and moved them to Mexico. On the one hand, Mexico is willing to accept it, and on the other hand, it is also, because this is the most thorough solution for localization. The terrain in Central America was perfect for guerrilla warfare, and it was rich in products. Franz did not want to get stuck in an endless security war. As for the indigenous people, who are unwilling to leave Central America, they can either be moved to the coast, to dilute the population for easier control, or sent to the mountains to become truly marginalized people. Of course, those churches that couldn't be deceived, and the Austrian government couldn't drive them away, had to rely on the army to move them. It's just that before all this, the local elites will drive away the people and then implement Franz's plan. In fact, the local area itself has conflicts between pure-blood whites, mixed-race whites, and indigenous peoples. The first two take it for granted that Austria is on their side. Therefore, the indigenous people will inevitably be the target of attack by all parties, and they will be the first to be eliminated. Then there are those self-righteous and deep-rooted Hispanic pure-blood whites. Franz does not want these guys to compete with the Austrian Empire for influence, so they are also targets that will inevitably be suppressed. Finally, there are the mixed-race whites. Most of these people feel inferior and do not have much power, but their numbers are not large. After the indigenous people and pure-blood whites are eliminated, they can only rely on the new ruler of the Austrian Empire. Moreover, these people's positions are not very firm, and they have no so-called national consciousness, so it is easiest to assimilate. Of course, since most of these people can speak Spanish, they will also be selected and sent to the Austrian Empire to study. They will eventually be sent to other countries in Latin America to collect intelligence for the Austrian Empire and become its pawns. Franz needs this system of studying abroad for further study. After all, he is looking at the whole world and the future. It is very necessary to continuously cultivate talents and select spies for the Austrian Empire. Of course, objectively speaking, this approach also promotes the spread of civilization and science and technology, which is a good thing for all mankind. As for the issue that some people think that Austria may turn black, there is actually no need to worry too much. At this time, Europeans felt the same way when looking at Africans as they did when looking at guerrillas. Chapter 458. Mr. Lincoln. USA. Illinois. Lincoln had become famous in Springfield due to his victory over James Shields in a previous duel. Springfield is located on the Sangamon River and is better known as the city of Springfield. However, because Lincoln caused the gangsters to lose money, although this reputation is famous, it is not very good. Such as Scarface, the despicable sneak attacker, the man who kneels to win, the murderer. But no matter what, he did receive more attention and had more say. Of course, this was also due to Lincoln's gift of speech. He could always arouse people's emotions on stage and make everyone listen to him. Some people are born politicians. It is said that Lincoln once stuttered, but by this time he had already learned to incite the people and promote himself. Everyone was deeply impressed by his speeches. In fact, there have always been discussions about slavery in the United States, but Lincoln's views were not very popular, because no matter what he said, the interests of the American South would never change. Because no matter how lofty the views are, it is the interests of Southerners that are ultimately violated, and these views violate the spirit of the US Constitution to a certain extent. Lincoln knew he was asking for trouble, no matter what he said, so he would keep his distance from these people. He would return to his office in the courthouse and listen through the windows in the courthouse wall. After all, Lincoln was a politician and he needed to know what people were talking about and what people were interested in. One time, Lincoln was taking a nap in his office when he suddenly heard a noise outside. He got up and went out to see his friend Baker being besieged. In fact, it was Mr. Baker who was exposing the bribery scandal of Democrats, but he did not have any evidence. But it was not actually a false accusation, because bribery was very common at that time point. But it is a bit shameful for someone like Mr. Baker to directly attack his opponent for accepting bribes without any evidence. After all, almost every official in the halls of the Springfield courthouse has been bribed. There was a loud noise as someone jumped from the second floor window and landed steadily on the marble floor in the hall. Then the man came to the podium in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. The person who came was none other than Lincoln, who had just been taking a nap on the second floor. Please be quiet, citizens. We in the United States support freedom of speech. Mr. Baker has the right to speak here. Please do not interrupt his speech. Lincoln was tall and majestic, and what he said was reasonable and reasonable. Naturally, no one had the heart to argue. In addition, he was scanning the crowd in the hall with unkind eyes at this time, and these people did not even have the courage to look at him. After all, he was not called Scarface for nothing. In this way, Lincoln stood up for his friend and showed his face in the Republican Party. Of course, what really allowed him to establish his prestige within the Republican Party was another thing. Not only could Lincoln save others, he could also easily obliterate the achievements of others. Once, when the Democrats were exposing the abuse of power in the Republican Party, Lincoln imitated the other party, and for a while the voices of ridicule and booing were endless. The former could not continue at all, but no matter how many times the person reiterated that this was his speech, no one paid attention. In the end, he just ability to angrily leave the venue in protest. Compared with his responsiveness when he was away from home, Lincoln seemed submissive at home. Lincoln's wife, Mary Todd, came from a distinguished family. Her ancestors participated in the American Revolutionary War, and the family also produced generals and governors. Even now, her father is the president of the Bank of Kentucky. Mary Todd is elegant, and well educated. However, due to her birth and childhood experience, she is very impulsive and irritable, so she does not get along well with the people around her. In addition, she always said to her sister, "I want to be the president's wife." This made many people think she was crazy, but Mary Todd didn't think so and still went her own way. Even after Lincoln married, Mary Todd still made no secret of her ambitions. There was a lady teasing Mary Todd at a tea party. "Dear Mary, could your husband Abraham become president?" Of course. The latter replied without hesitation. Answering so quickly and decisively made the ladies who were ready to watch the show a little embarrassed. Mary Todd was very strict with Lincoln, even to the point of being picky. No matter what the latter does, it will always arouse the dissatisfaction of the former. Fortunately, Lincoln himself was relatively open-minded in this regard, and family matters did not involve him too much energy. Lincoln had little interest in his beautiful young wife, nor in delicious food, nor in his children. Lincoln's children often crawled on him, pulled his hair, and yelled at him, but he rarely paid attention. As a lawyer, Lincoln would strictly require others to abide by the law, but he was too indulgent with his own family. Once, Lincoln was playing chess with a judge. Perhaps because his wife asked him to eat on a whim, he just responded casually twice, just come. Later, the children came to Lincoln and said that they were starving, but the latter remained indifferent. The third time, the children came to call Lincoln again, but the latter still responded simply. So his eldest son Robert kicked the chessboard away, and the chess pieces flew everywhere, even almost hitting the judge's face. Lincoln just smiled and said to the guest, "Mr. Judge, I guess we'll just have to find another time." Lincoln had no intention of teaching the child a lesson, so the judge naturally did not dare to say anything to the congressman's son, so he could only have a hasty meal and leave. Both Lincoln and Mary Todd were very lax about the discipline of their children, which made those children become lawless. They liked to hide behind their fences and attack passers-by's hats with long wooden bars. However, Lincoln did not lecture these naughty children, but simply told them to be careful, because they might make people angry. This kind of doting also destined his children to achieve nothing. Naturally, no one in history would dare to do anything to Congressman Lincoln's family, but in this life, he offended 3 of the largest local gangsters. Due to a duel. $100,000 at that time was not a small figure. although it was just a dispensable income for Franz. For the three major gangster families in Springfield City, it was their hard work point, and this account will not be recorded on the head of Franz, nor will it be recorded on the head of John Taylor, then it can only be recorded on the head of Lincoln Point. Meanwhile, the discussion of slavery was overshadowed by something else point, that is the threat from Texas. The French military strength in North America is actually greater than that of Mexico, especially in terms of threat point. The strength of the French army is fresh in the memory of every American who participated in the Battle of Texas. The French infantry can withstand the charge of the US cavalry, and the French cavalry can easily scatter the US infantry, especially when the cavalry from both sides clash. It is a massacre. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Not Believing in Evil. The French army has been active in Texas recently for two reasons. First, daily training, and second, there is a rebellion in the territory. Point France's first governor in Texas had served 5 years, and Gabriel de Villepin wanted to be re-elected, and he had strong support from the locals. However, when Gizzard arrived in Texas, he discovered that taxes here were much lower than those in mainland France. This behavior was simply a betrayal of France. Point you must know that the French economy is stretched thin at this time, and Texas, a rich and fertile land, has not yet reached its full tax revenue. Point this was unbearable, so I wrote a letter to Paris at this time. Louis Philippe was troubled by the high deficit of the French government. When he saw Gizzard's letter, he became furious. In addition, the Villepin family had just spent a huge amount of money to buy a luxurious manor near Paris a few years ago, which made Louis Philippe even more certain that the governor was behind the scenes. Damn it, it's all my money. He used my money to buy a house. Let Gabriel return immediately and appoint Francois Gizzard as the new governor of Texas. Tell him he has only one mission, that is to levy all the taxes that should be levied on me. In fact, Paris doesn't know much about the situation in Texas, but it doesn't have a bad impression of it. After all, it pays a large amount of tax every year, and it always pays it on time. Point at this time, senior officials in Paris learned that Gabriel de Villepin had secretly lowered the local tax rate. This behavior was tantamount to treason. Point, so Paris immediately sent someone to urge Gabriel to return home, and sent new troops and officers to Texas to replace those of Gabriel's men. Point Gabriel had no reaction to Paris' attitude. He thought that awards and flowers would be waiting for him when he returned home. Point after all, Texas had become a model colony for France at this time, not only providing a large amount of taxes, but also soldiers and equipment. Point through these years of operation, Gabriel has penetrated French influence into Mexico and the United States. He has many things to say to His Majesty the King. Rebuilding the glory of the French Empire is just around the corner. It's just that Gabriel was sent to prison as soon as he returned to the country, and what awaited him was 30 years of prison life. January 1st, 1844, Arkham Prison. Point Louis Napoleon Bonaparte welcomed a new cellmate. He returned home inexplicably, and was inexplicably convicted of treason. Although it had only been 10 days, Gabriel's hair had turned mostly white, and he could no longer look like he was as high-spirited as before, murmuring from time to time, "France is finished and New France is finished." The so-called New France refers to French North America, and the map in General Gabriel de Villepin's mind is the entire North America, excluding Canada. Point seeing Gabriel's performance, all the inmates laughed in laughter. It's over. Another one is crazy. Haha, what? Do you all know? I'm different from you filthy scum. I had a chance to bring France back to its peak. No, it must be you. It was you who incited His Majesty the King and put me in jail. You guys, sinner of France. Your Majesty the King, I was wronged. Gabriel clutched the railing with both hands, roaring hysterically. You still say you're not crazy? How can a madman admit that he is crazy? Ha 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 ha. The Prisoners in the other cell burst into laughter. Gabriel was so angry that he even wanted to spit on the other side in desperation, but he had hardly drank water in the past few days, so there was no saliva. "Ah, you a pillar of the country?" the prisoners continued to mock. "Yes," Gabriel replied firmly. "Ah, you going to save France?" "Yes." "So what?" Gabriel asked. "That's such a coincidence. So is your neighbor." The prisoners opposite could no longer stop laughing. Gabriel subconsciously looked at the next door. The other person was a young man who was not very old. The clothes on his body were a little old, but the original appearance could be vaguely seen. It should be the standard of the Napoleonic era. The other person extended his hand in a friendly manner. "Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, Kalimantan Island, Malaport. The battle has ended, and the stacked corpses and broken walls in the city tell the story of the brutality of this battle. In this battle, the Nanming army captured 3 British warships and more than 10 other large and small merchant ships, annihilated more than 800 enemies, and captured the British commander Colonel Haddock Chris and 53 other troops. In addition, Baron Rangel, trade superintendent of Laport, and 110 British expatriates as well as Brunei Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin II and a number of Brunei civil and military officials. The Nanming army suffered losses of up to 1,700 people, of which 600 were killed in battle, 300 were seriously injured, and more than 800 were slightly injured. However, with the medical technology of this era and the local climate conditions, those seriously injured people would only die a little later. That's all. This was the most brutal battle in Nanming since the founding of the People's Republic of China. In the past, when fighting gangs, companies, and feudal states, the phenomenon of frequent good news disappeared. In the Malagang fortress, Nanming's civil and military officials all looked solemn. According to their previous estimates, 10,000 against 1,000, 10 times the force. Whether the enemy was overt or covert, or a sneak attack, it should be a good battle, no matter what point. But the current result really makes these people unhappy, because they're living in Nanyang know very well how powerful the British are. The British troops in Brunei are just a drop in the bucket. You must know that they still have 6,000 people in the Lion City, and there are more than a dozen cruisers like the ones captured today. Everyone's face was full of worry, and the man next to Zhu Kyungying, Mr. Xian, who was known as the reincarnation of Zhuge, also frowned. Zhu Kyungying herself felt relieved. Franz once warned her that Nanming did not have the strength to expel the British at this time point, but Zhu Kyungying didn't believe it. After all, just a few decades ago, a big pirate appeared in the South China Sea and beat the British and Portuguese to the point where they had to pay protection fees. The former great hero Zheng Chenggang could also make foreigners fearful, and Zheng Yuseo was even more of a womanizer. Why couldn't she? Zhu Kyungying. What she didn't know was that the reason why Zheng Yuseo was able to defeat the British-Portuguese combined fleet and obediently pay the protection fee was because the British were trapped in the European battlefield and could not spare any action. They only sank a few ships, just armed merchant ships and cruisers. Even if Zhu Kyungying had recovered all the pirates in Nanyang at this time, he could not compete with the British battleships. If the British really sent a fleet of more than a dozen battleships, it would be able to level the entire Southeast Asia. One of the most important reasons why there were so many casualties was that Zhu Kyungying's original order was to take no prisoners, but at this time, the Nanming army lacked experience in fighting powerful enemies, and even if it had equipment advantages, it could not fully utilize them. Both tactics and tactics were lagging behind the times. As for the young Master Xian who has been following her, she is actually a strange woman. She is well read in military affairs and used to intrigues, but she is still helpless in the face of this great change that has not happened in 1,000 years. Chapter 460 Elimination Method. Vienna, Old Town Opera House. Chio Rom looked at the theater, where everyone was seated, but he was not happy at all. Because the quality of the audience has obviously declined. There are obviously fewer people appreciating art and they are replaced by a bunch of arty bastards. These guys behave rudely and rarely make additional purchases or sponsor investments, but they are very keen on making comments and often making trouble. They like to incite others, and are easily incited. They are indeed very embarrassing to the theater managers. people have headaches. This group of people was exactly the same as the gangsters he sent to cause trouble in other theaters, but they were really not sent by Franz. This is thanks to the increasingly fat wallets of Austrians, so they are more likely to engage in luxury spending. Moreover, the technical conditions at that time were limited, and people had not many entertainment options to choose from. As a result, some people are willing to try the entertainment activities of the rich in the past, such as listening to music and watching operas. As for horse racing, hunting, and holding dance parties, they are too luxurious for common people. And Franz doesn't want to interfere too much with cultural and entertainment matters for the time being, which are much more important than basic education and literacy education. Besides, Franz has already provided the venue, funds, security, script, momentum, and development direction. If they still fail to succeed, they can only blame their incompetence. In fact, opera houses in this era usually have membership system, but Dark Moon Theatre just doesn't follow the routine and cancels the membership system. This operation brought a huge customer flow to the Dark Moon Theatre in a short period of time. Other theaters were naturally jealous when they saw this kind of scene, and they also knew that they had to either keep up with the other party or be eliminated by history. Especially for the managers of these theaters, the awareness of crisis is even stronger because they have seen too many popular theater groups disappear from people's sight like meteors so almost overnight. All theaters in Vienna opened restrictions. This has caused the theater's ticket revenue to surge, but some grey income has been declining rapidly. In fact, theoretically speaking, a large number of people should be more suitable for underground transactions, but in fact, due to some changes in history, the economic situation of the Austrian Imperial government is much better than in history, so the secret police have no reason to slow down their work. These guys are so pervasive that they have disrupted a lot of business. But there is nothing we can do against them, because the number of secret police is huge and their organization is relatively high. Historically, businessmen and politicians used bribery, but the power of the empire at this time made this approach no different than seeking death. The remaining method is to use power to suppress people, but there are not many people in Austria who can suppress the secret police. Interior Minister Count Korolaf, Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Prince Metternich, War Minister Count Latter, the Central Committee of the Empire Bank President Baron Bruck, His Majesty the Emperor, several real royal princes, and Lady Sophie. It is simply impossible to get these people to come forward, and at least the cost must be astronomical. Although the real bosses of these theaters may be attached to these big shots, the big shots will not show up for these petty profits, even if it's just a sentence. I don't want to leave any clues to others. In fact, he went to the Dark Moon Theatre Company to watch those performances in person. He didn't think much of them. They were even a bit vulgar. They were just a variant of citizen drama. What made him most angry was that Kamala Settles, who was once known for being aloof in his theater, was smiling like a fool in the center of the stage. However, Chio Rom had to admit that this smile was very contagious. The eldest son of the Talon family once offered him 10,000 yuan to buy a smile, but in the end he managed to force out a smile under coercion and inducement. At this time, he was so disrespected, which made Chio Rom, his former employer, angry, but he had nothing to do, because the other party had become someone else's commodity. To be honest, as a high-class person, Chio Rom looked down on this kind of citizen drama, which was vulgar and crude, but money still had to be earned. So he introduced the local kick dance from North America, which is absolutely naked and vulgar. It is said that this dance originated from the dance of black slaves in Africa. But for a businessman, the most important thing is to make money, and other things are not particularly important. As long as this kind of dance becomes popular, Chio Rom has reason to believe that other theaters will follow suit. By that time he was no longer an admirer of degenerate art, but a pioneer. In fact, there was no so-called tap dance at this time, but its predecessor, kick dance, was indeed a coquettish dance, which was simple and popular. However, this dance was actually only an niche dance in Europe at this time, and its evaluation was very low. However, in fact, because this dance had fewer restrictions on dancers, it became popular for a period of time later. However, this vulgar dance from a foreign country failed to save Chio Rom and his old town opera house. Instead, it was rated as immoral by various experts. This made Chio Rom very depressed. In fact, The model that Franz asked the Dark Moon Theatre Company to adopt was not, strictly speaking, a traditional European citizen drama, but a variant of a stage play under the category of drama. Compared with those traditional art models in Europe, this successful business model in later generations has obviously had a huge impact on the market. As for those sent by Kyo-Rom and other forces to cause trouble, they were easily neutralized by the Dark Moon Troop. After all, the four former chiefs knew these tricks very well. Carmilla Sittles, Credia, Tina, and Flaglova were still very interested in the Dark Moon Troop. Some people regarded it as in my own home. Some people want to prove themselves, while others want to climb up. Although they have different ideas, in order to realize their ideals, the Dark Moon Troop must succeed. People who share the same belief will get twice the result with half the effort, not to mention they are not ordinary people. To be able to stand out from tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dances across the country must be special. Carmilla Sittles, Credia, Tina, and Flaglova have actually always wanted to know who Mr. K is, because everyone under Guy's mask that day they are all big shots. The Guy mask, now also known as the V-shaped mask, actually originated in England. There was a terrifying smile on the mask, and the cold eyes formed a sharp contrast with the pale mask. There are two small patches of red blush on the cheeks, as well as two funny mustaches underneath. But what people often feel is not enthusiasm and comedy, but mystery and weirdness. This weird and mysterious thing always fascinates people. At least to most people in this country. He is a big shot, and that Mr. K is undoubtedly the biggest one among them. Because neither Richard Metternich nor Akadov revealed any information about this person. The only people in this country who are more powerful than Prince Metternich and Count Korolev are the royal family and King Rothschild. But they have seen most of the young people from the Rothschild family, and it seems that most of the young people from the royal family are crooked. For example, Archduke Friedrich, who was less than 5 feet 2 inches, 1.58 meters tall, and looked like he had never seen a woman before. How could he withstand their repeated attacks? After some elimination, the four people came to an unlikely conclusion that made them feel excited. That Mr. K is most likely one of the three: Archduke Wilhelm Karol, Archduke Franz Joseph, and Archduke Maximilian. Among the three, Archduke Franz Joseph was the one who showed up the most. But he was also the one with the most consistent body shape, and of course the one that best met their expectations. After all, being the lover of the emperor or crown prince was not a shameful thing at that time. It's an honor for many women. Archduke William Karl, the sixth son of Archduke Karl, is the most mysterious. His age matches the age, and almost no one has seen him. It is said that he lives in Welberg all year round, and he is just 16 years old and his age is more consistent. As for Archduke Maximilian, he just made up the number. The reason is that he rarely shows up, and is the younger brother of Archduke Franz. In theory, the two brothers should be about the same point, but in fact Maximilian was a head shorter than Franz, and he was famously lecherous in Schönbrunn Palace. He would follow anyone he saw with long hair. In fact, they have also tried more radical methods, such as trying to get close to Mr. K and remove his mask or clothes. Of course, the result was a failure, and they were all thrown to the ground and piled on top of each other by Mr. K. Fortunately, their bodies were relatively soft, and no injuries were sustained. But what makes people a little confused is that although they are dancers who look thin, their physical strength and explosive power are actually not weak, and are even stronger than ordinary women. And sometimes Mr. K was too restrained, which gave them another layer of worry. Could he be the bodyguard of some big shot? On the other hand, Kyo-Rom was severely reprimanded by Solomon Rothschild. Just, you can't even deal with several little girls. How dare you call yourself the king of the night? Do you want to rebel? Don't dare. I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't use this title. I'm not qualified to be compared with you. Kyo-Rom kept apologizing, but Solomon did not let him finish his words, and instead said even more angrily, "With me? What does this have to do with me? You pighead. Idiot. Idiot. You are provoking His Majesty Emperor Ferdinand I. That idiot emperor." Kyo-Rom said with some confusion. The corner of Solomon's mouth twitched a few times. He rarely said so many swear words in the past, but in recent years, He had been really unhappy, and he had to vent. But at this time, Solomon found that it seemed that just swearing was not enough. He wanted to slap the arrogant idiot in front of him, but he still held back. After all, half of the Rothschild family's underground power in Vienna depended on the man in front of him. Idiot management. Solomon straightened Chio Rom's clothes and then grabbed the other man's tie. The tie was tightened instantly, and the latter felt it was difficult to breathe, but he did not dare to resist and could only squeeze out a few words from his throat. Spare my life. It took a while before Solomon loosened Chio Rom's tie. The latter was breathing hard, and the former was also panting from exhaustion. If you don't change your tune, you will go to hell and become your king in a few years. This is Solomon's last advice to Chio Rom. If the latter continues to go his own way, then he can only choose to replace him. After all, things in Vienna have changed. It is no longer the Vienna where business opportunities abound. The royal family and the government are interfering wildly in the market, making it impossible for outstanding businessmen like him to make money. In a few years, Archduke Franz will inherit the throne of Austria. By then, judging from the young man's performance in several crises, it will be easy for him to control the market. If Solomon had this kind of strength, then he would definitely not leave any rivals that could compete with him. But this is just Solomon's wishful thinking. Franz no longer regards him as an opponent. As long as the other party doesn't do anything extraordinary, he doesn't bother to care. In fact, Chio Rom came to Solomon this time to find out the details of Mr. K, but he was scolded because some words stung the latter's sensitive nerves. But even Solomon Rothschild was not sure whether Mr. K was Archduke Franz, because for the Archduke, the theaters in Vienna seemed too small, not enough for him to hold with one hand. You must know that every time Archduke Franz wrote something in millions. The largest unit of measurement in business at the time was the million, but this was generally not used. Of course, the Grand Duke had also reached the age of youthful restlessness, but Solomon had also gone to those stage plays. Among them was a play about a Viennese cafe, which impressed him very much. The various people in the cafe and the big and small things vividly described the glory of Teresa's era, the radicalness of Joseph's era, and the precarious situation of Vienna during the Napoleonic Wars. Even though the entire troupe was beautified and the effects were dramatic, only people of that era could understand the depth of it. Many of the plays Solomon thought were satires on himself, such as the arms dealer who made a fortune during the war, went to England to get gold plating, and then returned to his country to continue to dominate. So Solomon was even more convinced that it was impossible for a child to write such a profound script. But Chio Rom didn't get the answer he wanted, so he decided to use his own method. Mr. K is hard to find, and why are the four proprietresses standing in front of the stage hard to find? Chio Rom was going to start with Carmela Sittles, the traitor of the Old Town Opera House. He was already familiar with these things. It was nothing more than tying her to the carriage, breaking her legs, and then throwing her in the slums. Of course, tabloid reporters must be notified in advance to stay on site. The major newspapers in Vienna can spread this story the next day, and by then, both the traitor Carmela Sittles and the Dark Moon Theatre Company will be discredited. That night, Chio Rom led people to squat at the entrance of the Dark Moon Theatre. The next day, Chio Rom died. Chapter 461 The Great Meeting. Brunei, Royal Palace. At this time, the Royal Palace of Brunei was not yet the famous New Oyman Palace, but it was still much more luxurious than the thatched huts and wooden shacks inhabited by the surrounding civilians. On the ground, paved with fine marble, are Arab-style buildings, and those huge onions are particularly conspicuous. Zhu Qiangying was sitting on the golden chair, looking at the results of the battle. Under the imperial desk were two long legs overlapped. In fact, there were not many serious scholars in the entire southern Ming dynasty. Most people's understanding of the emperor was still at the level of working with a golden hoe, with a fried dough stick shop on the left and a sesame cake shop on the right. These people have neither seen the dragon robe nor the dragon chair. Zhu Qiangying's dragon robe was actually modified from the costumes of the vaudeville troupe. As for the so-called dragon chair, it was a chair painted with gold paint, but officials in Nanming preferred to call it the golden chair. Zhu Qiangying felt that the costume was too hot, so she thinned it and cut it short. so that the civil and military ministers standing in the audience could vaguely see the scenery under the skirt point. But the daggers and pistols on the leggings hardly make people feel sexy, especially the Queen's reputation for being murderous, which makes people dare not to be malicious in the slightest point. These officials in Nanming are either gang members, pirates or bandits, or they are piglets rescued by Her Majesty the Queen, as well as some homeless people who can't live anymore, and oppressed Jianghu people. In short, their knees are touching the ground. It's like there is a magnet between them, and kneeling has almost become the instinct of these people. Zhu Qiangying didn't like others to kneel to her, so she issued an edict that no matter whether they were civil or military officials, kneeling was exempted. He also gave everyone a futon, hoping that these ministers could sit and discuss matters. However, at the court meeting the next day, Nanming officials still knelt on the ground. Later, Liu Dadao and other brave generals joined. These warriors looked down upon the so-called literati. You just have weak knees. I kneel to heaven, kneel to the ground, and kneel to my parents at home. I won't even kneel when others ask me to, let alone not being allowed to kneel. Don't compare me to you weaklings. Even so, a civil servant handed over the futon. General, Liu, your majesty rewards you. Liu Dadao threw the futon out and then made bold words. I'm going to give you a warning today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I won't kneel down. A group of warriors around were cheering and applauding. These people were already used to being unrestrained, and now someone was taking the lead and they were naturally willing to join in the chorus. Suddenly the entire hall was in chaos, while the civil servants group did not blink an eyelid and just knelt down quietly on their futons. At this time a high-pitched voice sounded, "Your Majesty is here." Upon hearing this voice, Liu Dadao immediately jumped into the air, bent his knees, and dived towards his futon. That's right. This is the legendary sliding kneeling. The group of generals who were noisy just now were stunned for a moment, and then they shouted, "Long live my emperor." Everyone suddenly realized this, and started frantically looking for their own futons, kneeling down and agreeing in unison. However, they did not have Liu Dadao's skills, and the scene seemed very chaotic and embarrassing for a time. The civil servants on the side laughed disdainfully. As the Prime Minister, Master Xian couldn't help but sigh. It seems that there will be a long way to rebuild the prosperous Ming dynasty. Zhu Qiangying then entered the main hall, along with 3 guillotines, respectively carved with dragon heads, tiger heads, and dog heads. This made the atmosphere in the hall instantly become cold. Both civil and military officials felt that their throats were tight and wanted to loosen their collars, but they did not have the courage. These normally arrogant civil servants and military officers were like a group of frightened ostriches, wanting to bury their heads in the futons. My dear friends, please come to peace. Zhu Qiangying's tone was indifferent and cold, and it was obvious that she was not happy. The civil and military officials of Nanming raised their heads one after another. When they saw the Queen's unkind expression, they knew that this time the great court meeting would probably involve another round of killings. While these adults were praying in their hearts not to call themselves out, they were also cursing in their hearts which bastard chose to hold the court meeting on the 3rd day of every lunar month. Every time the Queen would be in a very bad mood on that day. In fact, Nanming's great court meeting is held once a month, mainly because transportation is inconvenient and there is no need. When Zhu Qiangying saw everyone looking at each other, she spoke first. My lords, do you have anything to report? The civil and military officials of Nanming continued to stare, because although they had won a big victory in Mariport a few days ago, Her Majesty the Queen herself seemed not very happy, so no one wanted to touch this bad luck. When she saw the silent minister in the audience, an unknown fire arose in her heart. Okay, you don't talk, I'll tell you. When Licheng, I'm here. When Licheng was the prefect of Xi'an Prefecture. At this time, there were only 28 prefectures in Nanming, including the newly acquired Brunei. Therefore, this lord can be regarded as a high-ranking official, but at this time, his back was shaking uncontrollably. You have started to build a garden for your family since you took office in May last year. Your eldest son Wen Liang even bullies men and women and does all kinds of evil. Just to celebrate your birthday, he married a concubine with 12 rooms. Do you know that the wife of this dynasty is only 3 years old? Is there an iron rule that there should be no more than 4 concubines? Zhu Kaiangiying asked. No, okay, let me ask you again. Where did you get the money to build your garden? A gift from a merchant. Okay, then why do they give you money to build a garden? I don't know. Well, let me tell you, they have a monopoly on the salt industry in Zayan Mansion. Their salt is 50% higher than the official salt, but ordinary people can only buy their salt. The reason why this situation occurs is this is caused by the cover-up and connivance of you, the magistrate of Zayan. Do you know your guilt? Zhu Kaiangiying threw a blood-soaked petition in front of Wen Liqing. Look, clearly, this is a pleading that the people under your rule will send to you. Wen Liqing was one of the first batch of piglets rescued by Zhu Kaiangiying. He had made many achievements in the wars for so long. Later, he broke a leg during the siege and had half of his hand cut off. Zayan magistrate point he was also the person she questioned the most, and he would have been chopped off by anyone else. So when Liqing decided to grit his teeth and refuse to admit it, admitting it would mean death anyway, I was wronged. The unruly people violated the laws of Nanming and were punished by me, so they harbored a grudge. I have lived and died for Nanming all these years, and my hands and feet are proof of this. I have a deep hatred for Emperor Guansheng and Emperor Guan. Mazu swears, if I tell lies, my whole family will die miserably. In fact, many people in the hall were familiar with Wen Liqing and even had close friendships, and they were more willing to believe that this hero, who was once fearless of life and death, had been deceived. Zhu Kaiangiying let out a long sigh and then looked coldly at Wen Liqing, who was kneeling under the stage. Where are the 50 households that you moved away? Wen Liqing's eyes widened immediately because the Fengshu treasure land he was interested in at that time was actually the place where the village's ancestral halls were located, and the latter naturally did not want to give it away. So Wen Liqing led his troops to destroy the village. However, fate was not as good as fate. A family of fishermen who happened to be out fishing escaped the disaster, and the person who rolled the mailboard to deliver the paper was the lucky one that day. Wen Liqing was interrupted by Zhu Kaiangiying before he finished speaking. I didn't believe it at first, so I sent people to find out clearly. Today I planned to give you a chance to kill only your father and son, but since you swore in front of Mr. Guan and Mazu, I can't keep you. Now, Wen Liqing will kill the 3 tribes. As soon as Zhu Kaiangiying finished speaking, a swordsman came forward and lifted Wen Liqing up. The latter immediately cursed, "Bitch, you're just an actor." But before he could finish his words, a bamboo fan was slapped on his face. This kind of wooden plank cut from Mozo bamboo is so hard that it can even be used as the beams of houses. A strong man with big arms and a round waist slapped this thing on the face with all his strength. The effect can be imagined. Wen Liqing's mouth was immediately covered with blood, and several teeth were broken. But before he could take a breath, the bamboo board came towards his face like a storm. These specialized executioners will naturally not let the prisoners talk nonsense. In addition, this can be regarded as the preferential treatment given by Her Majesty the Queen to ministers with meritorious service. After all, Wen Liqing's crime was a heinous punishment. In fact, in the eyes of the executioners, just deceiving His Majesty was enough. However, in accordance with the laws of the Nanming dynasty, they would drag it to the tiger head guillotine, cut off its limbs first, then cut its torso into 3 sections, and finally separate the body, which is called cutting, into 8 pieces. After the execution, the executioners began to collect the corpses, and the smell of blood spread throughout the hall. Bring Hu Yang, Gongs and Lu and Lu, Zhu Kaiangiying shouted, and everyone knew that today's affairs were not over yet. Those who were dragged up were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was dying, apparently from a gunshot wound, and a mouthful of opium. The other man was shirtless and his upper body was covered with dry mud. The woman had a charming face and looked about 20 years old. As my fellow citizens of Nanming, why did you send a message to the British in Meriport? The 2 men were silent, and then the pretty woman spoke. Didn't you also rely on foreigners to get into this position? This world does not belong to you. It will be dead tomorrow. If you can do it, why can't we do it? Sir James Brooke has already said who can be killed. She who is King Nanming. Haha, the executioner was stopped by Zhu Qiangying as soon as he raised the board. Wait a minute. It's very beautiful. It would be a pity if it gets broken. Let's just execute it like this. The executioner immediately grabbed Lu's hair and threw it in front of the guillotine. Lu roared angrily, "Bitch, you have to die." Ah. Then the woman's shrill howl echoed in the hall. After the execution, the expression on the head was distorted. After that, several more people died tragically under the guillotine. Most of these people were corrupt officials. Some of them were responsible for killing innocent people indiscriminately and avenging private revenge. Finally, there were two generals who escaped from the battle point at this time. Blood had covered the entire hall. The futons on which the civil and military ministers were kneeling were like isolated islands. Looking at the futons stained red with blood under their knees, everyone had different thoughts. Most of them chose to remain silent. Of course, there were also some who cheered. A civil servant who looked like an old scholar praised, since the Song dynasty, the only people who can be called King Shan are Baozeng, Heiyui, and my emperor. However, most civil and military officials still feel in their hearts that the old Zhu family is too murderous. After settling domestic matters, he turned his attention to the Sultan of Brunei, who was already shitting and pissing. "Why can't I see the bravery of your ancestor Huang Pingsan in you?" Zhu Qiangying finally spoke. Huang Senping was actually Zhu Yuanzhang's special envoy to Borneo. His original purpose was to find gold. However, this man did not find gold. Instead, he organized overseas Chinese to form a team and even served as the regent of Brunei. My sister also became a queen of a country. Before his death, Huang Senping rushed back to the Ming dynasty and made 3 requests to Zhud, the founder of the Ming dynasty. The first is that all the territory and land belong to the official side. The land in the Boenai and Duansha river basins will be included in the territory of China. The second is to beg for the title of the kingdom and the mountain as a town. Please seal Mount Kinabalu, the highest mountain in Southeast Asia, as the town mountain of the Boenai kingdom, and give it a good name to forever rule the land of Nanyang. The third is to entrust your body and soul to China, and allow yourself to be buried in China. The Sultan of Brunei at this time should actually be regarded as a descendant of the Huang family. However, when he heard that Nanming had regained its kingdom in West Borneo, not only did he not send anyone to congratulate him, but he also colluded with other princely states to jointly destroy this country. Emerging forces. Of course, the result was a complete defeat. Nanming's expansion rate far exceeded the imagination of this country. Muda Hashim, the agent who relied on the British to overthrow his nephew, naturally became a prisoner. In fact, the British are familiar with the method of controlling other countries by supporting agents. Muda Hashim's claim is weak, and he must rely on the British to continue his rule. The British like this kind of easy to control guy best. At this time, Brunei Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin II also made a mistake, which was to lure the wolf into the house. He made British James Brooke a minister. This act directly led to the dismissal of Omar Ali Saifuddin II himself, and Muda Hashim became the de facto sultan. As the world's #1 troublemaker at this time, the British will naturally not let go of every inch of land they visit, and Brunei is no exception. The British interfered wildly in Brunei's internal affairs and secretly funded other princely states to encircle and suppress the new Nanming. At the same time, they also wanted to use the power of the indigenous people to weaken the Dutch. The result was of course arousing anger and resentment. An anti-British group formed within Brunei. Their leader Yusap asked Nanming for help, hoping that Zhu Qiangying could drive away the British. Naturally, she cannot do this directly, but she can directly destroy Brunei through border friction with Brunei. The claim of Muda Hashim, the Sultan, is not strong in the first place, and with the secret cooperation of Yusap and others, it will naturally be effortless to attack Brunei. However, due to the accidental death of Yusap and Omar Ali Saifuddin II in the previous battle, the throne of Brunei became vacant. Zhu Qiangying knew that it was difficult for the natives of Brunei to assimilate religion, and at this time, Nanming did not have the energy to deal with such a matter, so Zhu Qiangying planned to make Muda Hashim the Marquis of Brunei and take charge of Brunei for Nanming. The latter originally thought that he was dead, but he did not expect that the former not only did not intend to kill him, but also helped him to gain power. Muda Hashim, who was overjoyed, was at a loss and kowtowed repeatedly, and spoke in extremely bad Chinese. Long live the Ming dynasty. In fact, all this was the plan of Zhu Qiangying's Prime Minister Xian. Due to the previous battle, they found that the British greatly underestimated Nanming, and Nanming also greatly underestimated the strength of the British. Brunei is close to the coast and there is no danger to defend it. Coupled with the lack of cooperation of the local people, Nanming will definitely not be able to defend it, so it is better to follow the British example and support an agent of its own. Chapter 462 Encounter by Chance. Switzerland. Somewhere in the mountains the first batch of tactical hot air balloons transported by the Empire have arrived, but these babies are still too advanced for the Swiss who stay in the mountains all year round. What's more, the Austrian professionals who know how to operate these big guys will not be easily sent to other countries as a result. These professional tactical hot air balloons can only serve as fixed point observation posts, but they are enough for Archduke Carol, which is what he urgently needs. Archduke Carol really wanted to find out the secret paths taken by the mountain people. If someone asked for directions, those people would probably not tell the truth, so the best way was to observe on his own. Soon he discovered a place called the Karen Valley. Although this place had never received much attention, Archduke Carol concluded with his years of intuition that this would be the main battlefield in the future. At the other end of the valley, General Henry Duffer was observing with a telescope. This was the door to victory that could end the war the fastest in his mind. This winding and deep path is so small that it is almost ignored by people. It is not recorded on any map on the market, and it is even rarely mentioned in historical documents. No one thought that he would attack from here. Because the Free Alliance had advantages in strength and equipment, it was the most reasonable choice to attack Lucerne from the front. Of course, this ideal state often only exists in theory. Frontal combat is bound to be accompanied by greater casualties, but such a victory is not what Duffer wants. Lucerne state will be the key to this war, because Freiburg state, which belongs to the Orthodox Alliance, cannot be defended no matter what. Although the latter is surrounded by mountains, it is also connected in all directions. Duffer did not believe that the enemy on the opposite side would block all the mountain roads, because it took the Swiss hundreds of years to dig them out. Even when Switzerland was attacked by Napoleon's French army, they were not willing to blow up these mountain roads. And even if they want to blow up, there are so many roads that they can't blow up in a short while. Even if they really dare to fight to the death, what will the people of Freiburg eat then? Without these roads, they don't even have salt, and they will overthrow the scum of the Orthodox Alliance without having to fight the locals. In fact, Duffer had no doubt that the Free Alliance would win the final victory, but he just wanted to end this meaningless war at the minimum cost point, because both in terms of paper strength and actual combat power, our side is far stronger than our opponents. The only thing the Orthodox Alliance can count on is foreign aid, and both France, Germany, and Austria are the territory of the Free Alliance. Judging from the situation, the Orthodox Alliance is in a state of being outflanked, and only the state of Ticino, which is close to the northern Italian region, can receive assistance from the outside world. But in fact, the local conservative forces have been infiltrated by liberals. Although the people still support the former, the top leaders of the local government have completely fallen to the latter. Therefore, once the war begins, the Swiss Orthodox Alliance will be completely surrounded by the Free Alliance. If the former wants to retake Ticino, it must first capture the Gotthard Pass. The Gotthard Pass is a natural danger. In the past, a few hundred Swiss militiamen defeated tens of thousands of elite troops of the Holy Roman Empire here. It is not an exaggeration to say that one man can guard against 10,000 men. Although Switzerland is mostly mountainous and easy to defend, and difficult to attack, as long as Lucerne is captured, the Orthodox Alliance will be able to survive except for Valais, and other states will have no choice but to surrender, because Lucerne is the gate of the Orthodox Alliance. Once the remaining states are lost, they will be at the mercy of others. But in the view of pacifist Duffer, there will be no war if it can be avoided. But whether it's a fight or a peace, he needs more soldiers and a lot of artillery. At this time, the Freedom Alliance only had 50,000 troops, which was far from enough. Not long ago, Dufa had already made a proposal to the government to expand the army to 150,000, because only in this way can effective deterrence be provided. However, the problem of artillery gaps has not been improved. The Swiss army now has less than 50 artillery pieces, most of which are still in the fortresses of the Orthodox Alliance. Dufa's proposal was to provide 500 new artillery pieces, of which no less than 208 pounders should be provided, so as to ensure sufficient firepower, but this is obviously too much, because the French, the model of European artillery during the same period, were only equipped with about 1,000 artillery pieces. Moreover, the main artillery of the French army is still a 6-pounder. The maximum range is between 1,300 to 1,500 yards, the rate of fire is 1 to 2 rounds per minute, and the weight of the gun is around 1,500 pounds. Although they are all made in recent years, the technology used and materials are still much the same as they were during the Napoleonic period. On the other hand, the situation of the Orthodox Union, the Swiss Catholic League, is somewhat worrying. Chaplain Billet and General Ulrich Salas were not well liked at the Vienna Military Academy. This is not because the Austrian side does not support the Swiss Orthodox Alliance or deliberately makes things difficult for them, but that these two guys are really useless. Originally, Franz did not expect a magician like Billet to be able to fight, but he did not expect that General Ulrich was the best of the best. He was impulsive and irritable. He was a general who was good at attacking because of his hot temper. There are so many in history. But this guy's not. When he is angry, he is neither impulsive nor sober, but chooses to behave badly. Even if you drink alcohol, you can get drunk without alcohol. This makes the Austrian generals want to send this guy to medical school to study his body structure. As for Priest Billet, he unexpectedly had military talent, but his talent was reflected as a soldier executing orders from his superiors, not as a commander. This magic stick has excellent penetration and mountain combat skills, and is also proficient in marksmanship, knife throwing, and close combat, but these are of little use to the commander of the First Army. Next came the Swiss troops trained by the Austrians. These guys were also shocking. They were extremely undisciplined, to put it mildly, and simply undisciplined. It is hard to imagine that this is the descendant of the world famous Swiss mercenary. Although there are many mountains there, in the final battle, there is a high probability that the winner will be determined by lining up with guns. A loose formation is easily defeated by the sudden appearance of enemy cavalry, and once broken it is almost impossible to regroup. However, Franz was not worried about this problem at all, because although many modern equestrian competitions are held in Switzerland, it was a completely different story. In the 19th century, there are only 35,000 horses in Switzerland, and the vast majority of them are draft horses. Although these horses are huge in size, they are not very fast, and are not suitable for riding. They are usually used for plowing fields, or pulling goods. That's right, cattle are rarely used in Europe. Most countries use horses to plow the land. If you have watched a lot of foreign movies, you may still remember the scene in the movie War Horse where horses are used to open up wasteland. Incidentally, Prussia had nearly 3 million horses at this time, roughly the same number as France, which had 2.8 million closer to home. In short, this time the Austrian generals are unfounded. The war in Switzerland is unlikely to encounter the same large-scale cavalry charge as on the European continent. And in Switzerland, which is full of mountains and rocks, it is not difficult to find a parapet. What's more, compared to a quick decision, the two sides can stay in a stalemate for a longer period of time, which is a situation that all parties watching the war like to see. Franz is certainly no exception. Chapter 463 People are like grass. Spring 1844, Vienna. Franz received a piece of heavy news in Schönbrunn Palace. That is, a famine had indeed occurred in Ireland, but it only affected a small part of the area. Those sent by the church all agreed that this was the result of God's manifestation. However, the saint from heaven who we often talk and laugh with, Archbishop Rorschach, naturally notes that this is not God's blessing at all, but some natural phenomenon that inhibits the spread of the fungal virus. Moreover, the real great famine in history began in 1845, which meant that Franz still had a year to prepare. If he can't find a solution, He'll have to prepare to accept millions of immigrants. In fact, directly accepting immigrants from Ireland is not necessarily a good choice, because the historical Austrian Empire will be in deep internal and external crisis 4 years later. If there are more Irish people, it means there is one more change. What's more, helping others may not necessarily result in rewards. There shouldn't be too many stories about farmers and snakes in history. Point. Although Franz is always creating variables, he himself is very resistant to the unknown, especially when it happens to himself. Point. Because variables mean instability can make people lose their sense of security. Point. Moreover, being able to fundamentally solve the Great Famine in Ireland will alleviate the food crisis throughout Europe and objectively alleviate social conflicts. In this way, the crisis of the Spring of Nations may not be so intense. Point. At the same time, millions of Irish people stayed in their hometown, which also meant that the United States would lose millions of immigrants, and it would also lose a large number of outstanding scientists, businessmen, and politicians. After all, 23 of the 46 presidents in American history were of Irish descent. Point. Similarly, the Irish will not become compliant citizens of Britain if they stay on the island of Ireland, because it is the latter that really makes the former unable to survive. Point. The British national policy and the increasingly serious land annexation will detonate the Irish nuclear bomb sooner or later. The Great Famine was merely the trigger that triggered it, for it also weakened the Irish, forcing them to think about survival first, and then anything else. Point. In fact, during the famine of 1843, the Irish generally had no expectations of the British government, and Robert Peel did nothing. Point. This is not because he ignores the Irish problem. On the contrary, he is the first prime minister in history to propose a solution to the Irish problem. Point. It's just that his behavior touched the interests of too many people, so in the end he had no choice but to resign in anger this time. The main reason is that the Irish issue happened suddenly and ended very suddenly. At this time, the actions of the governments of both Britain and Austria were very delayed. Point. But in the eyes of the Irish, London is just the same as usual, and they don't care about their life or death anyway. Point. Interestingly, almost all priests sent to Ireland recorded local dissatisfaction with the British government, and in some areas the Irish even founded their own newspapers, but it is only a matter of time before these newspapers disappear. On the one hand, they are due to the strict censorship and control of the British. On the other hand, these newspapers are not for profit. Most of the time, they are free and rely entirely on the enthusiasm of some people supported. Point. It was certainly not difficult for Franz to open a newspaper or fund one in Ireland, but in fact there was no need to do so, because the literacy rate of the Irish was so low that it was even comparable to that of the Russians. So compared to the so-called newspaper, it is not as effective as Irish drinking party. Point. So Franz sent thousands of barrels of wine to the island of Ireland, but what he didn't know was that there was no wine in the Irish drinking party island, Queen's Village. Point. Shaka Jennings's parents were able to rent new land as they wished. Although the villagers who originally rented the land did not starve to death, they could no longer afford the rent. Point. The poor family had to mortgage their only house to the landlord, and they had to wander outside the village. Oh my god, Aunt Simone's little daughter is only 3 months old. How are they going to survive? Shaka Jennings looked at his eldest brother Patrick with a sad face. The latter remained silent, while the former continued, we just going to have to watch them wander forever? I saw Aunt Simone's husband steal Ben's dinner yesterday. Ben is a 7-year-old dog owned by Shaka Jennings. Patrick finally spoke. They can't stay homeless forever. Why? Shaka asked, puzzled. Those damn British aristocrats hate the suffering of others. If I guess correctly, the landlord has already called the police, and the patrol will arrest them soon. Patrick said angrily with a mocking tone. Shaka exclaimed. Why? The British have anti-vagrancy laws, and wandering like this is a crime. Then, what will happen to them? Will they be punished? Shaka asked timidly. She will be sent to a reformatory or a hard labor camp. After all, there are still children here. As for little Simone, she will definitely be sent to a baby nursery. The reformatory was actually another type of hard labor camp at the time, except that most of the people it housed were children. But even the children had to do a lot of arduous work every day, and were even sent directly to factories, and their pay was most likely only 1 yuan. bread or a bowl of gruel. Survival rates in 19th century reformatories were actually lower than in hard labor camps, and the lowest survival rate among these public facilities was the so-called bowing hall. It is said that in the 19th century, less than 1 in 30 people in Britain survived an infant's hospice and grew up in a workhouse. Stop talking. Brother, please think of a solution. What can I do? Dad, Mom, even the village chief can't do anything. Who can give them a job except the landlord? Patrick sighed helplessly, like an old man who has experienced many vicissitudes of life. At this time, several patrol policemen riding donkeys appeared at the end of the village. As the landlord's housekeeper pointed out, the atmosphere in the entire village became tense. Horses were expensive at that time, and only big cities like London had mounted police. Generally speaking, patrol officers rode donkeys or mules in the countryside, or of course they might have to rely on their feet. The adults hurriedly drove their children home. On the one hand, they were afraid that the children would bump into the patrol officers, and on the other hand, they did not want their children to see such a scene. The unkempt woman and her husband wanted to run away, but their eldest son obviously had a fever, and the baby in his arms was too young. The family could only lean against the village fence in despair, waiting for the judgment of British law. To be honest, these patrol policemen don't really like doing this kind of job, because the so-called homeless people are often poor and have no money to make money. Even the female tramp is either skinny, or she has sores all year round that make her sick to her stomach. The two patrol policemen soon discovered the homeless man. They looked at the woman holding the child. Although she had just given birth, she seemed to be well maintained. They thought of the small forest they passed by on the road and couldn't help but reveal it. A lewd smile. Chapter 464 Love. On Emerald Island at this moment, a homeless family who had lost their land and home were huddled in the corner of a fence post outside the village. The woman held the two children in her arms and cried non-stop. Her husband held her tightly in his arms, kissed her forehead and whispered comfort. Don't worry, honey. It's okay. We'll be fine. Everything will be fine. I promise. But everyone knew what happened next. Scathach Jennings picked up a piece of dirt from the ground, but was knocked away by her eldest brother Patrick. The former bit his lip and looked at the latter. Patrick picked up a stick from the ground and then smiled at his sister. Little fool, you have never done anything like fighting since you were a child. Listen to my elder brother and go home and close the door. After saying that, he walked straight to the entrance of the village with his stick. In fact, Patrick's true identity was a member of the Irish National Liberation Organization, and he happened to belong to the more radical faction. The drinking parties he usually attends are actually regular gatherings of the organization. There are many passionate young people like Patrick in the organization, and these members naturally can't help but want to make big news. When they get together, they usually like to study some methods specially used to deal with the British and some stories about personal heroism. Of course, they also want to think about how to avoid harming their families. In fact, these young people also know that it is almost impossible for them to defeat the British. But the reason why young people are young people is because they do it, even when they know it's not possible. That's why there is a saying since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth. As Patrick walked, he took out a green handkerchief from his pocket and covered his face. The handkerchief was a birthday gift from his mother. Thinking of his dear relative Patrick, he hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and clenched the stick in his hand again. He hid behind a house and saw that the patrolman had taken out a thick hemp rope and was preparing to tie up the poor couple and then drag them to the town like livestock, where they would then be beaten by the law by those well-dressed beasts. Nominal sentence. Patrick's eyes widened at the thought that sooner or later his family might suffer the same fate. Suddenly he heard footsteps behind him, so he turned back suddenly and raised his stick to hit it down. But the person who came was actually his father, and Patrick was a little at a loss. The man snatched the stick from the boy's hand and ripped off his mask. Patrick quickly covered his face, and the man angrily gave the boy another slap on the head. Do you think being a hero is fun? Do you know that you will harm our family? Go back. When The man saw that the boy was still hesitating. He slapped him hard from behind, and Patrid had no choice but to run back home angrily. The man looked at the stick in his hand, and then at Simone's family who was about to be in trouble. He could only sigh. The common man became angry and blood spattered 5 steps forward. But as a middle-aged man, he has a wife, 6 children, and an uncle who has no one to support him. He could only choose to break the stick in his hand into 2 pieces and go home to use it as firewood. A patrolman at the entrance of the village pressed his baton against the man's chin, and the latter leaned weakly against the fence. Why? Wonder. I have no money and can't pay my debts. How many days have you been homeless? I don't know. Maybe a month. A month. The patrolman pushed the baton forward with force, and the man suddenly had difficulty breathing and coughed repeatedly. The woman on the side quickly came forward and begged, "Please, don't do this. He can't breathe. Please have mercy." "Wouldn't it be better if he died? You don't have to continue wandering with this useless guy. You can find a job in the town and support yourself no matter what. Isn't that good?" After getting closer, the patrolman discovered that this woman who was troubled by poverty and hunger was actually not bad looking. There was no concealed greed in his eyes, and his hand was placed directly on the woman's chest. The men on the side were furious and wanted to rush forward and fight, but these patrol officers were too experienced in dealing with such poor people and homeless people, and they could beat them with a few sticks until they could not get up. "Please, can you lend me some money? I can go to the city to work, anything, and I will definitely pay you back double the amount." The 2 patrolmen looked at each other and smiled, thinking that this woman was pretty good at it. She had done this kind of thing of forcing girls into prostitution a lot, so naturally she was familiar with it. "Of course, we are patrol officers, and it is a duty to catch homeless people, but outside of this duty we are also willing to help others." As he spoke, he took out an IOU, "Sign it, and you come with us. We will help you. As for your fine for wandering, we will pay it for you. Of course, it will be deducted from the loan." At this time, a villager saw the contents of the IOU and shouted loudly, "Simona, don't sign. They say you borrowed £100. £100, which was indeed too scary for a farmer in the Irish countryside. The patrolman on the side asked calmly, "They violated the anti-vagrant law, and the final loan is £50. Doesn't it cost nothing to eat, drink, and defecate in the city?" There were still a few villagers who were aggrieved. The patrolman said immediately, "Otherwise, you paid the fine for them. We can go back to pay the errand earlier." £50. This number is really too huge. The average annual income of Irish people is less than £8, and some areas don't even have £2. £50 was almost an Irishman's lifetime savings, and the villagers fell silent. The patrolman glanced at the circle of speechless poor peasants around him and said sarcastically, "Ah, you all dumb. If you have strength, you can do whatever you want. That's called ability. If you don't have strength, you still want to stand up to others. That's called idiot." Simone reached out her hand. She knew what she was going to face, and the people around her knew it too, but they were powerless at this time. Father Cloven finally ran to Queen Village out of breath, led by several children. The eyes of several young people showed nervousness, and they couldn't explain clearly in their chatter. It happened that the priest was a fat man, and he sat down on the ground as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the village, panting. No one knew what happened, but the 2 patrolmen realized that according to past experience, a few children should have stolen something from the church, and the fat priest chased them into the village. You must know that no matter which country it was at that time, the clergy were from the wealthy class. Especially this guy with abnormally outstanding figure, who looked like he had eaten a lot of people's fat. Thinking of this, the 2 patrol officers immediately stopped caring about the homeless man and started patting Cloven on the back. "Father, why are you so tired? Did these little guys steal the treasure in the church? Do you need our help?" The 2 patrol policemen who were bossing around in front of the villagers now started fawning over the fat priest like two lapdogs. Them. The fat priest was still panting. He seemed really exhausted. "Why don't you get a bowl of water for the priest?" A patrolman glared, and someone immediately went home to get a wooden bowl. Father Cloven drank a large bowl of water in one gulp and finally spoke slowly. These two are workers in my church, and I'm taking them back. The two patrolmen looked at each other. Although they didn't believe it at all, they didn't dare to say that the priest had lied. Because if one person says that the priest lied, it will almost be a fight to the death point, because the priest cannot lie, but they don't want the cooked duck to fly away like this. So the two said, "Father, do you have the credentials?" Father Cloven took out a deed from his arms. The ink on it was still fresh and the handwriting was crooked, but it was indeed stamped with the church's seal. The two patrolmen's faces twitched twice, then turned to look at Simone and her husband. "Ah, you workers hired by the church." Simone and her husband were still confused, but Scathach Jennings emerged from the crowd at some point. "Yes, Aunt Simone and the others are church workers. They can live in the church and they are not homeless. They did not break the law, but you hurt them." "What laws did you break?" The two patrolmen looked at Scathach fiercely and were about to scold him, but Father Cloven spoke later. "You still dare to beat my workers? I will ask Congressman Walls face to face when I go to see him tomorrow." As soon as they heard the name of Congressman Walls, the two patrol officers were immediately frightened and their legs trembled. That was something their immediate superiors would not mess with. But Councillor Walls was rarely at home and spent most of his time in London, but they didn't dare to bet. If what this fat bastard said was true, they would become homeless. They didn't want to be sent to Australia or Canada, so they had no choice but to escape in despair. The two patrolmen glared at the little girl as they passed the village in trance, while Scathach puffed up his chest proudly. Even a flat plane has the momentum of a tall building, but Scathach was severely punished by her mother at night and was not allowed to eat. The same goes for Patrick on the side, and his face is still swollen. There is no doubt that he was beaten by his father. Scathach giggled. "Can't you eat and laugh at the same time?" Patrick said. "At least I didn't get beaten." Scathach continued to laugh. Patrick went to pluck his sister's hair, and the two made a fuss, and Scathach began to cry. "Sister, why are you crying? Did I hurt you?" "Without then. Why, I made Father Cloven lie. He will never go to heaven in this life, right?" At this time, the atmosphere in the room fell into silence, because at that time, both Protestants and Catholics required priests not to lie, just as it was an iron rule that monks were not allowed to kill animals and eat meat. The monks here refer to Mahayana Buddhism, not Theravada Buddhism or Japanese Buddhism. Patrick hugged his sister and comforted her. "Fool, God will forgive him." At this time 2 bitten potatoes were thrown in. "It's Mickey and Tommy." Scathach judged from the bite marks on the potatoes, because the two guys were losing their teeth. One was missing his upper front teeth, and the other was missing his lower front teeth. The villagers were very grateful to Father Cloven, but they always felt that this was not the solution. Because the landlord is still there, the fact that Simone's family is a church employee will be exposed sooner or later. "I do plan to renovate the church, and I have already raised the cost for the renovation," Father Cloven said seriously. "Thank you so much." Simone and her husband knelt on the ground with their hands clasped together. "No need to thank me, just thank the merciful Lord. Father Cloven is not a good person. He is greedy for money and lust, but he only wants to be a good person at this time." The priests of the church hung a cross-shaped scraping board on the back of the sick child, while reciting scriptures to ward off evil spirits. This makes the Irish Islanders lament that they have been isolated from the world for too long. Of course, some people thought that the priests were doing unspeakable things to the little boy, but he was beaten up by a few devout believers and senior officials in the village. This is not an isolated incident, but is a common occurrence across the island of Ireland. Franz knew very well that adding icing on the cake was not as good as providing help when needed. It is true that some Irish nobles wanted to pursue independence, but their so-called independence was nothing more than becoming a dominion under the British Empire. At the same time, after a period of contact, Austrian spies reported back to the country that the prices charged by the nobles were too high and beyond their control. In addition, Bordeaux liquid has been sent to the island of Ireland and has been tried to be sprayed in some areas, but it will take several months to see whether it has any effect. Ireland has been isolated from civilized society for so long that it has almost zero experience in struggle. This is also an important reason why almost all the top leaders of the Irish rebels in later generations were occupied by British spies, so Franz decided to help them cultivate talents and provide them with some leaders. After all, if you want to rely on those naive teenagers who are ready to resist the British government with Robin Hood style thieves, I'm afraid it will still be more than 100 years before success. Vienna. Chio Rom's death did not cause much trouble. Speaking of which, this person is really unlucky because Carmela Sittles knows very well that her former boss is a character who will seek revenge. So from the first day, he told Franz everything about the tricks that Chio Rom might play. Franz naturally understood the chief's worries, so he had been sending people to secretly protect Carmela Sittles. This iceberg beauty is indeed very charming. Although there is no direct contact with her, the men sent by Franz to protect her are very willing to serve her. Perhaps for such true fans, guarding in secret is also a kind of love point, but they didn't have much love for Chio Rom and the gangsters. Under the meticulous care of the West Ice House Hotel in Vienna, the gangsters quickly told everything they knew about what they saw and heard, even including the relationship between Chio Rom and the Rothschild family. In fact, this is not unexpected. There have been similar rumors among the people for a long time, but rumors are just rumors after all, and solid evidence is still needed to convict. As for Chio Rom's own willpower, he is not as good as those of his men, who can strike before a branding iron turns dark. The news was sent to Franz, but it was not his business, so it was passed to Metternich. Prince Metternich was an old fox. He knew what this evidence could do, so he brought some of his personal bills to the Lion King's Pride Hotel. Solomon Rothschild was also a man of understanding and immediately drew a clear line between himself and the Old Town Opera House. As for the outrageous things that Chio Rom did, the victims should be compensated with the proceeds from the auction of the property in his name. As a result, the Old Town Opera House was also bought by Mr. K and renamed Sunlight Theatre. Chapter 465. A Winter Fairy Tale. Heinrich Heine was a famous German poet and writer. However, he was always known for his bitter satire and had a very poor impression of his motherland, whether it was the Hamburg government or the nominal German Confederation. Because in the 19th century, anti-Semitic riots were commonplace, especially for people like Heine who came from a merchant family. Burn those Jewish vampires. A group of people shouted slogans and rushed into Jewish shops, smashed the windows, pried open the doors, frantically snatched the belongings, and even burned down the Jewish churches. The police and gendarmes who were supposed to maintain order acted as if their business had nothing to do with them. Unless the shopkeeper paid enough money, they would symbolically drive the crowd away. In fact, the mob does not patronize shops guarded by police. Their targets are more small traders who will be engaged in open-air trading of goods. Anti-Semitic riots always proceed in this orderly manner, and the government does not bother to intervene. After all, they always end peacefully. Historically, Heine was supposed to return to Hamburg in October 1843, but due to too many major events in Europe during this period, his trip was delayed. When the German poet, who had been in exile in France for 12 years, returned to Hamburg, he found that everything had changed except for greed and corruption, which had not changed, and were getting worse. Looking at the past, it was full of corrupt officials and nobles, and people were greedy, stupid, and artificial. As he passed through Prussian customs, the agents rummaged through his carry-on luggage again and again. Even if he got nothing, he was still enjoying it. It wasn't until Heine's friend handed over a handful of broken copper coins, groschen, that the customs officer smiled and saluted and let him go. As soon as Heinrich Heine got off the train, he received a gift from his uncle, a luxurious letter sprinkled with top quality perfume, which read, "To the man who discovered that the best thing about me was his last name, Heine, once worked as an apprentice in his uncle's bank, and who was his uncle. Although Solomon Heine was a Jew, he had a palace-like villa in Hamburg, and many big shots were eager to invite him. Even people like the former Prussian Field Marshal Blücher and Finance Minister Heinrich Friedrich Karl would take time out of their busy schedules to attend the appointment. When he was young, Heine had a natural energy and once rebuked his uncle in anger. "The best thing about you is that you bear my surname." Now, he has become a famous poet, and his uncle Solomon has also changed from a rich man with millions of thalers to a super rich man with tens of millions of thalers today. Although there is still a gap between the Rothschild family and the Rothschild family, he can still be regarded as a respectable rich man in the entire German Confederation. However, the rich man still did not forget to mock his nephew who had no money. Solomon Heen was actually very tolerant of his nephew. Most of the latter's living and travel expenses are sponsored by the former. In fact, this was also the last joke between the rich man and his nephew, because Solomon Heen was already seriously ill and passed away soon. But Heinrich Heen did not know this. He was still just obsessed with his own creation, and soon the long poem Germany, A Winter's Fairy Tale was published. All this had nothing to do with Austria, but due to changes in history, Austria joined the German Customs Union and occupied a dominant position. As a result, Heen's main targets of attack changed from Prussia to Austria. After all, whether it was the power of the government or the influence of the church, the latter was stronger than the former. If you want to criticize, of course you have to criticize the biggest one, so naturally Austria is lying on its back. However, although he criticized Austria, its core content still involved the Prussian issue. For example, I think the new uniforms of the cavalry are good. I must praise them, especially the helmet with the sword pointing to the sky. This is obviously an allusion to the Prussian army's new cavalry helmet, because the Austrian army's M42 pot helmet is also nicknamed the pod helmet, because it looks too much like a rice cooker, and soldiers often use it to cook. In fact, the Austrian War Department made several improvements based on this feature, and finally linked the skill of cooking with the helmet. But in any case, the great poet Heinrich Heen could be said to have hit both ends of the spectrum, criticizing Austria and ridiculing Prussia. But because he lived in Paris for a long time, he inadvertently picked up some bad habits at that time. The Gallic roosters had their eyes higher than the top, and believed that the whole of Europe was only worthy of crawling under their feet. Therefore, it was inevitable that they had the illusion that all the beauty in the world was their own. Moreover, Heen did not go to Austria for actual inspection, and he did not know how the southern brother was developing at this time, so he easily believed the propaganda in the Paris newspapers, the story of stupid barbarians attacking the brave French border guards regarding the friction between the German Confederation and the French army. During the Luxembourg crisis, the Paris Journal reported this. The young General Jane Dowd was attacked by the German Confederate troops crossing the French border. The brave and fearless French frontier army defeated the German barbarian coalition. From the Flanders plains to the Ardennes highlands, we won 10 battles and penetrated 130 kilometers into the enemy's territory in one day and one night. The star fell, the Battle of Namur. Jane Dowd failed to continue his myth. Naturally, if you read too much of this kind of report, it will inevitably be biased to a certain extent. This would not be a problem, but by coincidence, he caught up with the tide of German nationalism. So one stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and Heen's poem immediately aroused a great discussion throughout the German Confederation. However, it was not as the greatest poet in German history imagined that the people rose up to overthrow the king and capitalists, but the nobles and capitalists literati verbally criticized them in newspapers. In fact, Heinrich Heen's attack was a bit broad. Although he was correct from a historical perspective, the capitalists and aristocratic bureaucrats at that time were still in their prime, and in fact, the Austrian royal enterprise was not as described consistent. In particular, the Austrian Royal Overseas Development Company was simply the largest welfare institution in Europe at this time. Moreover, in several crises and customs unions, the people have received tangible benefits. They do not feel that this is plundering them, but instead feel that it is an obligation that citizens should fulfill. And constant victory can easily overwhelm people's rationality, especially when people become a crowd and are more likely to be infected by emotions instead of thinking calmly. As a result, a large number of famous people challenged Heinrich Heen to duels. The latter was an idealist and was not afraid of death. So he accepted all the duels in the newspapers. Then a scene destined to go down in history appeared. Duelists from various German states lined up in a long queue in front of the Heen family's villa. Fortunately, Heen suffered a sudden epilepsy and the duel could only be postponed. Then the people sent by France sent him out of the German Confederation overnight. This is the only thing the latter can do at this time. After all, there is hope, only if you are alive. When Heinrich was woken up by a gust of cold wind in a Paris hotel, he only felt that he had had a dream. In the dream, the Germans were no longer divided, but united, working hard for the same thing and the same goal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Seafood. Will beer price hikes lead to uprisings? When it comes to beer halls in Bavaria, some not so good things always come to mind. However, at this time Bavaria had to find ways to increase taxes due to Ludwig I's staggering expenses. Then the king remembered that his subjects liked to drink beer, so he decided to increase the beer tax by 8%. Next, in February 1844, large-scale demonstrations took place in Bavaria, not just in Munich, but throughout the entire territory. Fortunately, the king's moral bottom line was flexible enough. The next day, a minister was accused and said that he had no knowledge. Using the old story of the good king listened to the bad minister. In fact, Ludwig I was not a good king. His outrageous consumption was mainly used to support his mistress and have fun. In the past, Bavarians were called plateau beggars by other Germans. Over the years, other surrounding countries have invested a lot of money in development, but Bavaria has spent all the money on the king's personal consumption. This king comes to the Dark Moon Theatre every week and is very generous with his money. He can be said to be the real king. But even if Franz hadn't created the Dark Moon Theatre, he would have wasted money on other things. In history, the king had 36 public mistresses and countless women who had romantic relationships. The most famous among them is Lola Mons, who was also a dancer and won the favor and trust of King Ludwig I, but she is not a spy sent by Franz to lurk. But in short, with this kind of disaster, Bavaria cannot become a powerful country. This is good news for Franz. After all, Mrs. Sophie herself is very enthusiastic about political affairs. The former did not let her take care of Austria, and the latter went to Bavaria to make suggestions. Fortunately, my mother does not possess any extraordinary political talents. Apart from strengthening domestic control, her level in other aspects is similar to that of her half-brother. After helping a few times, and finding that the help was getting more and more troublesome, Mrs. Sophie decisively chose to stop and go home to take care of her children. Vienna, Schönbrunn Palace. Mrs. Sophie, who had just stepped out of the carriage and wanted to breathe in the smell of home, was knocked head-on by a huge duck. The attendants on the side quickly helped Mrs. Sophie up, but the latter was obviously very angry. "You idiots. What is this? Why is it in the palace?" The attendants looked at each other, and Mrs. Sophie knew from the looks of the attendants that it was probably her husband or her precious son who had done something wrong. In fact, these creatures that walk like penguins and swim like ducks are orcs. When Archduke Franz Karol went to the North Pole to look for penguins, he returned in vain, but he accidentally discovered a group of Arctic ducks on a small island. Franz Joseph, the protagonist's full name, was also curious when he first saw this creature. It seemed to be the orc he had been looking for, but he couldn't confirm it, and only after calling in a naturalist did he confirm that it was the great orc. In fact, before the great orc became extinct, some people had been buying its feathers and specimens at high prices. This was the direct cause of its demise. Franz naturally wanted to buy a few. After all, the price of orcs had reached £500 a piece at that time. If they could be bred in batches, it might be a new way to get rich. Even if it cannot be mass produced, it would be good to put it in a zoo as a protected animal. Through several orcs brought back from the Arctic by Franz's father, plus those later purchased from merchants, there were 10 orcs in total. After several years of breeding, the population size had been expanded to 30. However, Franz had been keeping them in the greenhouse of the Royal Academy for Women in Vienna. Recently, little Maria wanted to play with a few. So this rare bird appeared in Schönbrunn Palace. Its combat power was far inferior to that of the goose, and little Maria could easily control it. Franz's sister, with one hand in each hand, clamored for some. This caused a sensation in Schönbrunn Palace. After all, this was Archduke Franz's pet, and it was said that one was worth 5,000 florins. 5,000 florins could buy several houses in Vienna at that time. However, the chefs had long wanted to study new dishes, and the ladies in the palace also wanted the beautiful feathers of the great auk to decorate their homes, clothes and hats, but usually no one would dare to say such things, so Franz rubbed his sister's head helplessly. Okay, just this time it won't happen again, okay? Little Maria suddenly jumped for joy. As promised, you can't take advantage of them in the future. These ducks are very expensive, but when their population size increases, you can do whatever you want. Okay. Little Maria blinked again. Then when will there be more of them? It may be 10 years. It may be 20 years. After all, their egg production is very low, but their lifespan is very long. It is said that they can live for 10 or 20 years. Oh. Little Maria was a little disappointed, but after the number of this kind of duck reaches a certain scale, we can consider using crossbreeding to increase its number. Ajani looked at Franz with great disdain. Archduke Franz, it's not good for you to talk to Her Royal Highness the Princess. I find that you are not very interested in the opposite sex. Instead, you like to interfere in some private activities between animals and plants. I think it is better not to pass this quirk on to Her Royal Highness the Princess. You know that some rumors in the palace spread quickly, and some people even think that you will not have descendants, which will cause some people to support other Grand Dukes. Franz's head was filled with black threads. Of course he knew who said this. Maximilian, his brother. Franz thought it might be that the latter was still holding a grudge, the shame of being held under the Bible when he was a child point, but Franz was not too worried about this. After all, a severely disabled person like his uncle Ferdinand I could become emperor. There was no reason why he couldn't do it. Miss Ajani, you control too much. As for certain things, how can I, a child, prove it? As for chasing chickens and teasing dogs, isn't that what I should do at my age? Ajani just glanced at it casually. After all, the little princess was here, so she didn't dare to say anything too presumptuous. Because it would not be good if some things were spread to Madame Sophie's ears, and although she was Franz's maid, it would be easy for the little princess to deal with her. Franz, I'm hungry. I want to eat duck. Franz looked at the two poor orcs. They were already tortured to death, and the child could not do it lightly or harshly. Miss Ajani, you and Maria are going to hand over these two great orcs to the chef. I'm going to ask my father to come over. After all, he has been craving for them for a long time. Just then I heard a roar. Franz, look what you've done. What a horrible bad this is. It ruined my dress. You must give me an explanation today. Mrs. Sophie was seen carrying two strangled orcs to find Franz. As soon as she saw him, little Maria's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran over to hug Mrs. Sophie's thigh and shouted, "Good, mother. There is food again." On this day, the already small population of orcs. 4. Chapter 467 Family Banquet. Vienna, Schönbrunn Palace. Today it is rare for the Franz family to get together. This is not because it is difficult for them to meet, but because they are limited by the atmosphere of the upper class and some rules in the palace at that time. For example, children were required to stay in the royal children's room until they were 6 years old, and after that they were given their own rooms, exclusive attendants, servants, and annuities. As for husband and wife, there is also a distinction between personal property and common property. It is not uncommon for couples to even sleep in separate rooms or even not live together at all. In fact, both Mrs. Sophie and Mr. Franz Carroll are usually busy people. One is enthusiastic about political affairs, and the other is obsessed with making trouble. So this gathering was a rare happy family time for Franz Joseph. But it was very difficult for Maximilian, because the latter felt that the former occupied the position that should belong to him. In fact, children's vanity and self-esteem are often much stronger than those of adults, and this is especially true for nobles like Maximilian, who came from a royal family and held a golden key. Whatever he wanted, since he was young, he would be satisfied immediately. Over time, he developed a self-centered character and judgment logic. Until one day Maximilian met Franz. There was no interaction between the two, but the former felt humiliated because the latter was indifferent and did not pay attention to him. So Maximilian wanted to snatch the book that his elder brother was reading, but he was no match for him and was pinned under the book instead. Maximilian complained everywhere, but in exchange everyone gave him advice. The other person is an elder brother. You are just a younger brother. You need to learn to obey. This is the Habsburg injunction. Even his grandfather and mother, who doted on him the most, told him not to provoke Franz. The play in the Hall of Mirrors, when he was a child, deeply broke Maximilian's heart. He is very eager to try out the throne one day, and he also wants to enjoy the feeling of looking at the small mountains. But Franz II did not even allow his grandson to step onto the royal steps. Then the former placed the reluctant Franz on the throne and ordered the court painter to paint his portrait. This was all seen by the latter eyes, mind. From then on, Maximilian was determined to defeat Franz. However, the strength of the two was completely different. Regardless of physical, intellectual, learning ability, and even the number of supporters, every time, the former was unilaterally beaten. So facing the table full of delicacies, Maximilian still put on a bad face and glared at his brother. The latter did not want to ruin the atmosphere of the banquet, so he stopped looking at each other, which made the former feel that he had won. But these foods are all related to Franz. Maximilian said with his chin high, "These dishes are too crude for me." At this time, the royal chef standing by with a smile twitched his lips. He was the best chef in Bohemia. In the past, even a big shot like Winster had to send someone to eat an authentic Austrian meal. Invite him over. When will it be a little brat's turn to point fingers at his craftsmanship? It's just that this little kid is a member of the royal family, and now he works for the royal family, so the famous chef can only ask with a smile, "Dear Grand Duke Maximilian, if you have any dissatisfaction, I will improve it until you are satisfied." Too salty, Maximilian said, pointing to a bowl of soup. The chef frowned as he looked at the bowl of soup, but still persuaded the other party slowly, "Your Highness, that bowl of soup is sweet and there is no salt. It's so sweet that it's salty. Throw it out and make it again." There's always a reason for looking for trouble, but Maximilian's arrogance is a bit off-putting. Just as Franz was about to speak, his father Franz Karel spoke openly. "Maximilian, it's not a good habit to waste food. It would be a pity to throw away such a delicious soup. Bring it to me. I'll drink it." The chef felt very touched and deeply felt that the most mysterious prince in the royal family was wise and foolish and had good intentions, because Archduke Franz Karel's approach neither made Archduke Maximilian look bad nor hurt his dignity as a chef. More importantly, the former did not let down the bowl of soup. How can such a great man not be awe-inspiring? The chef and the servants around him were moved to tears as they kept thinking about it. But in fact, Archduke Franz Karel simply thought the bowl of soup tasted delicious, and he followed the ancestral precepts not to waste food. In fact, he rarely spoke, so Maximilian was a little at a loss for a while. Although he has no feelings for this dull father at all, his identity cannot be changed. At this time, Maximilian's favorite lemon foie gras was placed on the table, and just as he was about to take action, he was forked away by little Maria on the side. "I'll help you eat this, brother Maximilian. Don't thank me." His face turned red and white with anger at his little sister's actions, but his series of actions had attracted the attention of Mrs. Sophie, who was looking at her son with disapproval. Naturally, Maximilian did not dare to lose his temper with his mother, because the latter would really beat him. So he could only watch the little glutton on the side spoil his food. "Maria, eating too much foie gras will make you fat." Franz couldn't help but kindly reminded that Mrs. Sophie doted on her only daughter, but Franz Karel simply thought that being able to eat was a good thing. After all, according to his past experience, it seemed that once a person cannot eat, going down means that death is not far away. His grandfather was like this, and so was his father, so Archduke Franz Karel thought that people who love to eat would not have bad luck. So why would he stop the little guy from eating? Maria swallowed the food first, and then cleared her throat and retorted, "In fact, nobles are not allowed to talk vaguely with a mouthful of food. This will be considered impolite." "Maria, who has repeatedly committed suicide at dangerous distances, is very experienced. Her mother will tolerate her once, but she will never there is a second time. Brother, didn't you say that girls are too thin and unhealthy? But if you eat like this, you will turn into a little pig sooner or later. My sister, brother, look at me. I have neither a double chin nor a belly. I'm a little fairy who can't get fat. Mariah showed off proudly and turned around twice. Madame Sophie finally spoke. That's enough. Mariah, stop messing around. A princess shows off her belly to others during a banquet. This is not what a lady should do. Eat the food on your plate, then go back to your room, and don't do anything else tonight. Have eaten. Mariah pouted and quietly came to Franz. The latter glanced and said, "What do you want to do again? You little glutton. Do you want your big brother to bring you food at night?" "No." Look, Mariah took out 2 more rabbits from somewhere, and Franz felt as if they were familiar when he looked at them. "You just ate the great orc, and now you're interested in my rabbit?" "No, you look at so many rabbits." Mariah had a large cardboard box brought to her. There were about 20 rabbits in it that were no different in size from adult rabbits, and the coat color was actually slightly different from the hybrid Angora rabbits that Franz gave her. This is more than 2 months. The growth cycle of this kind of rabbit is very short, even shorter than the growth cycle of modern German Angora rabbits. It looks very strong and the meat production should be considerable. Chapter 468 Suzaku appears. Mariah went back to face the wall, and Maximilian also felt bored. Only Franz and Ludwig were left on the table, as well as their father, Archduke Franz Karel, and his mother, Madame Sophie. Ludwig's behavior was unexpectedly boring, and he didn't have much of a child's mind. Because Franz once told him some chicken soup that can help his laziness, the former got stuck in it and couldn't extricate himself. Even at this banquet, he was reading the book and studying its contents, hoping that one day he could apply what he had learned. But Ludwig was obviously looking in the wrong direction, because what he had in his hands was a Bible and a Bible exercise book specially written by some professors and magicians to please him. "Ludwig, you should put the books in your hands away and enjoy delicious food and good family time," Franz advised. "No, brother. You once said that opening books is beneficial. I know that my talents are not as good as yours, but I believe that hard work can make up for weakness. To be honest, Franz is not good at preaching. He just hopes that his stupid brother will find the right direction." "Who said you are not as good as us? You just didn't realize your talent." "Really?" Ludwig still trusted his eldest brother. "Yes, you work harder than any of us, so you are a genius who works hard." Franz searched his mind and finally thought of a comforting word. "A genius who works hard?" Ludwig couldn't conceal his excitement after hearing this. "Yes, but I still recommend that you read more books other than the Bible. You need to broaden your horizons. For example, criminal law and national geography are good." Franz said thoughtfully, "Okay, brother. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Ludwig answered loudly, "Well, eat more and pay more attention to your health. Brother, I believe in you." Franz patted Ludwig's shoulder meaningfully, and the latter suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. Ludwig finally put down his book and began to eat properly. Archduke Franz Karel had already drank several bottles of wine and 2 large bowls of soup, and was rubbing his belly on his seat. Mrs. Sophie admired the beautiful feathers on the great orc while tasting the delicacies made from its meat. In fact, in Franz's eyes, this precious feather is not even as good as the tail feathers of a parrot or peacock. However, the saying that things are rare and valuable is especially true in the luxury goods industry. At this time, the wild orcs may have become extinct. Historically, on July 3, 1844, on Fire Island near Iceland, the last pair of great orcs were discovered and brutally killed by 2 fishermen while they were incubating their eggs. The last egg was accidentally trampled to pieces, completely cutting off the rest of the world. The future of race. However, there were still 36 alive in Vienna at this time, and Franz divided them into 2 groups and raised them separately to prevent some uncontrollable accidents. In fact, in addition to the great orc, he also collected many rare and exotic animals, such as moa. Franz sent people to collect these huge birds that were once all over New Zealand for many years before finding 2 pairs. However, due to the uncertainty of shipping, he did not choose to have them transported back to Vienna. Instead, he placed 1 pair in Chenla and the other pair in Nanming Point. The moa is named after its huge body, which actually means huge and terrifying bird in English. The average height of this guy can reach 3 meters, which is 1 meter taller than the current ostrich, and the weight can exceed 250 kilograms. It is a real behemoth. Point. However, the combat effectiveness of creatures in Oceania is generally not high. Although this behemoth has strong legs, it is not good at running. Point. The huge beak is not used for fighting, but is used as an excavator to dig out tree roots and crack nuts. Its main diet is plants and insects, but it will also attack small rodents and snakes they can find. Point. This native species in Oceania is very stupid. They will not run away when they see animals smaller than themselves. They are huge and have delicious meat, so they quickly became one of the main sources of meat for the Maori people. Point. The subsequent indiscriminate killing by European colonists was the direct cause of its demise, because their hunting rate far exceeded the reproduction rate of moa. Point. Fortunately, some remote Maori villages still preserved several pairs of moa for sacrificial purposes. The explorers sent by Franz exchanged for 2 pairs of moa at the price of 30 guns each. Point. Because the locals were not interested in currency, but the continuous invasion of the British led to an urgent need for firearms. These moa were originally dedicated to the Maori gods, and the Austrians were willing to use their guns in exchange for what they regarded as the will of the gods, so they readily accepted it. The Maori believe in polytheism. In fact, the explorers felt that their business was doing poorly because these giant ostriches did not seem to be worth so many guns, and moa are actually not difficult to capture because these birds are huge and always walk blatantly on the plains, often in groups at the same time. Moas, like other birds, have phototaxis. Once the light is blocked by black cloth, they will become quiet and easy to control. Point. They all felt that they could catch the moa on their own if they had the chance, but the war between the Maori and the British in 1843 shut up these conceited explorers. In the Werorov massacre, the Maori not only defeated the British, but also ate all the British prisoners they captured. This allowed Western powers to experience the so-called indigenous terror for the first time. Point. In fact, the Maori were able to fight more smoothly than in history, thanks to the guns and bullets provided by the great internationalist His Royal Highness Archduke Franz. The 2 pairs of moa obtained from the transaction were sent to Chenla and Nanming respectively. Both places were deeply influenced by East Asian Confucian culture. This ugly and huge bird was worshipped by local residents as a legendary phoenix. Worship. Point. After all, who else could explain why this bird grew so huge? Of course, how could this stump the smart Nanming officials? They immediately began to quote scriptures and named the moa as the national bird Suzaku, indicating that it was an auspicious sign from heaven to help the Ming dynasty unify Southeast Asia. Point. According to legend, Suzaku is the divine beast in charge of Lihuo in Nanming, and is a more advanced being than the phoenix. Point. Although this statement is outrageous, the entire southern Ming dynasty, from officials to people, firmly believes in it. Only Zhu Qiangying notes that this is just one of Franz's gifts. Point. There is also a legend about the phoenix circulating in the Chenla area, and this thing was brought by the church, so the locals started a localized development. Point. The moa was directly regarded as the guardian beast, and those fanatical believers even forced the nobles and royal families to kneel down and worship it. Point. This outrageous result did not exceed Franz's expectation, but was part of his calculation. Nanming's commotion in Nanyang is getting louder and louder, and the first people to be unsettled are naturally the Manchuan king officials. So immediately there was a proposal to organize a southern conquest army to massacre the remnants of the Ming dynasty in one fell swoop. But they soon encountered a problem, that is, there was an ocean between them. Point. But how can it be rare to live in a Manchu king official who is rich and educated? Someone proposed using barbarians to control Ming dynasty, which immediately gained widespread support. This led to the first battle of Kalimantan. Point. There will be an extra update tomorrow. That's it. I have no energy today. Point. Also, if you want to watch the plot directly, you should watch me write something else first. Chapter 469 Haiti and Dominica. On February 7, 1844, a riot broke out in Dominica, overthrowing the local Haitian government and seriously injuring Governor de Groot-Point as the first independent black nation in history. Haiti has a lot to commend itself for, but that doesn't include its treatment of its neighbors. It annexed Dominica by force 22 years ago, setting a precedent in modern history for a black country to invade and enslave a white country. But the black uncles seemed only interested in rebellion. With no threat from Europe, they started a no-holds-barred fighting competition in Haiti. The whole situation is similar to Goo refining, with various warlords, so-called kings and leaders emerging one after another. These guys are quite qualified when it comes to infighting, but they are really blind in the economic field. In the style of relying on the mountains and rivers, the blacks in Haiti asked the enslaved whites and mixed-race people to hand over grain to provide the necessities of the Civil War. In addition, the so-called peasant code there is actually equivalent to the restoration of the serfdom system. This kind of perverse behavior naturally has no good fruits. The warlords who could not collect taxes could only condone robbery in order to prevent soldiers from mutiny. As a result, instead of being able to live a good life, the newly independent country allowed its fields to become barren and plunged the country into starvation. Sugar production dropped by 95%, and cacti were overrun. A French missionary recorded in his diary, "Cacti have invaded cities and villages, and are everywhere in pastures and fields. Residents ignore them, and livestock will not eat these plants." The ruins of the city and the lush green plants seem to make a mockery of this civilization. Affected by the warlords' melee, legal provisions have become a piece of paper, and public security is out of the question. Therefore, Yaudeo believes that it is better to farm than to rob, and to have money is better to have guns. The Dominicans who were enslaved by them are even more miserable. After all the warlords in Haiti thought of the same way to solve their country's economic situation, which was to transfer the domestic crisis to foreign countries. In the end, the Dominicans couldn't bear it, but they also knew that it was impossible to defeat this powerful black country on their own. So the drama of asking the great powers to intervene was staged again. But in fact Haiti was too busy internally to take care of itself and never thought of sending troops to invade Dominica again. At this time, Juan Pablo Duarte was the leader of Dominica and a naive liberal. His supporters actually controlled the country, but he insisted on free elections because his position as president was recommended by everyone. In his eyes he was just a temporary agent rather than a formal one. But it would be fine if it only involved the position of president. But this naive liberal was still too young. He hoped that all official positions in the country would be freely elected, including military officers. So he offended many people. Interests. Franz knew very well that the biggest challenge facing the interim president was not external but internal, but he did not intend to help. After all, the empire's ability to control overseas was limited, at least not for now. And it is obvious that such a ruler can really govern the country well. If not the ambitious Pedro Santana, there would be someone else. Of course, it might be even worse, such as being invaded by Haiti again and becoming a black colony. In fact, Juan Pablo Duarte and his motherland were useless to the great powers. At that time, no large copper mines were discovered in Dominica, and no one found gold. All they had was corn and sugar, among which the most famous is a blue gemstone called Hainite. While not producing much, they also had to face a powerful neighbor, a barbaric black country. The major European powers at that time had basically suffered at the hands of this black country, so naturally no one wanted to relive the old dream again. At this time, France was still stuck in the quagmire of Salvador in Central America. And Louis Philippe and other high-level Paris officials had no intention of provoking a thankless war again. Portugal and Spain are also unable to launch a war alone. As for the British, they actually hate this religious country, and they also do not want to fight the black people in Haiti. The strategic value of Dominica is really not as good as that of Juan Pablo Duarte's as big as Alter imagined. But on the other hand, although the Haitians have not yet decided on the leader, their verbal threats have never stopped, which makes the new Dominican Republic panic. After all, the former has invaded the latter before, and it is not impossible to do it again. As a result, pressure from the outside allowed Juan Pablo Duarte to temporarily retain his position as president. Although Franz did not want Austria to be involved now, he still conveyed his goodwill through Archbishop Prussia. Dominica has a strong religious force and is very willing to see European religious brothers come to help. At the same time, Franz also suggested to Prime Minister Metternich to recognize the new regime in Dominica. The latter knew that the former was often involved with religious element, so it was not surprising. Moreover, recognizing the Dominican government and sending troops to help are completely different things. Although there is some fear of Haiti, it is just a fear of sending troops there. If Haiti dares to send troops to attack Austrian warships or colonial ships, it will be another matter entirely. Austria was the first to recognize the Dominican Republic, rather than Juan Pablo Duarte, which did not cause any dissatisfaction from the latter. On the contrary, he felt that it was the former that made his reputation better. Franz couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be able to do business with such a person who is good at brainstorming. Dominica is reorganizing its military and preparing for war, so it naturally needs a large number of urgently needed supplies such as weapons and uniformed military uniforms. After all, the industrial level of this place is almost zero. It can be said that everything except food needs to be imported from abroad. But this country has neither money nor goods that can be exchanged because the war-torn fields are largely deserted. The rest are either taken away by the Haitians or kept by the locals for food. And no country believes that such a bad land has any future. Even if it is a colony under its own country, it is too hot because there is a black country next to it that has defeated the great powers several times. The same political instability has also forced European businessmen and politicians to think carefully. The result is that no one is willing to take this risk because the benefits are not proportional to the effort. But Franz is different. He knows very well that this small Dominican Republic will become the largest economy in Central America in the future. But he prefers to support weak liberals rather than hardline conservatives. After all, the latter are more like and more suitable to be agents, especially naive idealists like Juan Pablo Duarte. This person has countless beautiful plans and blueprints, and he describes a beautiful and prosperous future to his supporters, but there is no feasible solution. In history, this man only served as president for 5 months before he was overthrown. Cheyenne, whose beginning ended up in exile overseas, which can't help but make people feel sad. Chapter 470, Haiti and Dominica. The news that the Austrian Empire recognized the Dominican government did not cause any waves in Europe because it was of no great significance in itself. Or in other words, the great powers did not care about the fate of this small country, but they caused an uproar on Hispaniola. The church's priests naturally took the credit for this, while Juan Pablo Duarte's supporters felt that it was their leader's charisma that moved Austria, a European power. But no matter what, the entire Dominican Republic is in a sea of joy. The locals feel that with the support of the great powers, defeating those niggas is just around the corner. Many people are looking forward to Austria sending troops as soon as possible. Of course, it is actually impossible for the Austrian Empire to actually send troops to Hispaniola. Let's not talk about whether it can win or not. The cost of this expedition alone is unacceptable. Juan Pablo Duarte was in some trouble because he was afraid that the Austrians would elect him as the king of Dominica. After all, Austria itself was a monarchy and had no reason to support a republic. But at this time, Dominica was suffering from internal and external troubles. People could not even eat, and there was a risk of being destroyed at any time. Perhaps he should ascend the throne first, and then voluntarily give up his identity as a dictator like Washington. Juan Pablo Duarte's supporters believe that being a king is better than being a president, because it has more power, and is more beneficial to their followers. Of course, some people saw opportunities in this. General Pedro Santana performed well in the battle against the Black Haitian warlords with his ruthless style, and won the trust of the soldiers. In fact, no matter what the general's character is, as long as he can win every battle, he will win the respect of the soldiers. But such people may not necessarily be favored by politicians and capitalists. Duarte was very disdainful of Pedro Santana and turned a blind eye to his bravery in the battle, which also confirmed the latter's idea. In fact, the opinions between the two sides were at odds, so Pedro Santana's letter had already been sent to Austria before the Austrian envoy arrived. The experiences of Pedro Santana and Tazanana are actually very similar. Both liked to stage coups, cockfights, find mistresses 20 years younger than themselves, and betray their country. It's just that the former is more cunning than the latter, and is capricious and difficult to control. Although this person also served as a guide for the Spaniards, the asking price was too high, and he was a hungry wolf that could not be fed. Franz didn't want to stumble on the colonial issue, so he had to be careful in choosing his partners. In addition, Austria's unilateral action did not cause Britain and France to follow suit. Because France was deeply involved in the Moroccan War at this time, while Britain had just dealt with external problems, and the internal Chartists and workers' mining strikes made Robert Peel very anxious. Austria is a little different. Its development is in a rising period, although the rate of rise is a bit fast. Generally speaking, except for parts of Transylvania, the advantages of the reform and industrial era are gradually showing. Overseas colonies were also relatively stable, with no large-scale riots or separatist governments. The black indigenous people in West Africa launched several uprisings, but the damage they could cause was limited. And France did not intend to directly intervene in Dominica's internal affairs and its war with Haiti. At least not now. 1844, Hong Kong. Qiang, the Manchuan Guangxi Governor General and Imperial Envoy, was warmly welcomed by the British Minister Prussia as soon as he landed ashore, because the relationship between the two was indeed good. Qiang was very respectful to the British Minister Prussia. He changed the previous arrogant attitude of Manchu officials towards foreigners and even accepted the latter's son as his adopted son. At the same time, in order to show his uniqueness, Qiang also presented a gold bracelet to Prussia and exchanged photos of his wife with him. This was a big news in the East, which generally favored boys over girls at that time. Thanks to this relationship with the British minister, he became the king official with the most exposure in British newspapers. The reason why Qiang made this trip was to persuade the British to send troops to exterminate the remnants of the Nanyang rebels. When it comes to asking Great Britain to send troops, it was Musanga, the Minister of Military Aircraft, who reminded Emperor Daoguang of the so-called killing the thief with a borrowed knife. This Lord Musanga was the most powerful official in the Daoguang dynasty, and it was his handiwork that removed Lin Zexu. It was just that when sending Qiang to persuade the British to send troops, Musanga did not give the former a bribe of 1 tael of silver, but only gave him a letter of credence. But it was not a cession of territory or a trade agreement, and the subject was not even the Qing dynasty. It was a letter of credence presented by Lanfang to the Qing dynasty. The content was that he would dedicate his land to the Qing dynasty and would like to be called a subject instead of a vassal. Then a letter of credence from the Qing dynasty was attached to the effect that if Britain was willing to send troops to exterminate the rebels of the southern Ming dynasty, the Qing dynasty would be willing to donate Lanfang to the British Empire for the good of all generations. What is the ultimate logic behind this outrageous strategy? For Emperor Daoguang, who once proposed to Britain that he should take Queen Victoria as his concubine, even the most outrageous proposal would not make the Whitehall men think it was outrageous. But it wasn't that Musanga and others didn't want to pay bribes, but that Daoguang was a stingy guy. As the Minister of Military and Aircraft, Musanga naturally knew the emperor's character, but he had to deal with the matter. So he thought of this plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. As soon as he heard that there was no need to spend money, Emperor Daoguang immediately praised this as a wonderful plan. When other military ministers saw that His Majesty had made up his mind, they naturally ended up saying my emperor is wise. But when it comes to Qiang, the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi and the imperial envoy, it's not so easy. This guy's actually as fearful of the ocean as a tiger. Moreover, he has dealt with foreign adults a lot, and he knows very well that the empty-handed white wolf in the officialdom does not work well in front of foreigners. So, after receiving the imperial edict, he immediately summoned wealthy businessmen and large households in the 2 provinces and asked for donations. As for the name, it was nothing more than military training and river embankment construction. The wealthy people also know what this adult is thinking, but they are just wondering why there is one more event this year than in previous years. So Qiang came to Hong Kong Island with hundreds of thousands of taels of silver from donations and his own accumulation over the years. He knew very well that if he did this well, he would prosper in the rest of his life. If he didn't do it well, he would be dismissed from his post, investigated, and exiled to the army point. But this time he was wrong. When the British minister Prudentius heard the interpreter explain the contents of the two letters of credence, his eyes shone brightly. This is a very good gift for Great Britain, because they know very well that the current Nanming is just a country established by some king people who could not survive in Nanyang to seek life. With this letter of credence, it is equivalent to the King dynasty admitting that West Borneo was given to the United Kingdom, which will undoubtedly greatly weaken the local people's will to resist. What's more important is that the fleet stationed in Hong Kong will soon sail to Kalimantan. In fact, Sir William Hawke had previously suggested it to the East India Company, but it was not until the Nanming army made a sneak attack on Malaport that he made up his mind. Chapter 471, The First Battle of Kalimantan. Prudentius was very aware of the style of Manchu officials. He knew that not accepting bribes would make these people uneasy, so he readily accepted Kiang's bribes. However, the British minister was very kind and gave Kiang 200 boxes of fine Pangong soil. Both of them felt that they had earned something from this exchange of courtesy. A few days after the Battle of Malacca, the British consul in Malacca received the news. The Nanming side demanded that the British side recognize Nanming's ownership of Brunei and cease all hostile acts, including naval blockades and trade embargoes. Otherwise it would refuse to release prisoners of war. This letter almost made RUI, the British consul in the Lion City, angry to death. Damn barbarians. They attacked our port and now they want us to give up. To be honest, he now has nearly 6,000 troops under his command, and he wishes he could immediately go to the island of Kalimantan and destroy those barbarians. However, RUI quickly calmed down and immediately asked for help from India. The Indian side quickly responded and said it would send 2,000 troops, plus 2 battleships and 1,000 marines arriving from Hong Kong. A total of 8 warships and 3,000 army soldiers, including about 1,500 Indians. But this is not important to RUI. What is important is that the barbarians are dead. After all, the total strength of the land and sea forces in the expedition to Kalimantan this time has exceeded 4,000 people. You must know that another previous war in the east only used 7,000 people. However, the direction of this war was not as expected by all parties. The British were still very efficient at this time, and soon a huge fleet assembled on the coast of Brunei. In some respects, the British were very reasonable. For example, before the official war between the two sides began, Lieutenant General Paulus, who was in charge of the expedition, sent an envoy to deliver an ultimatum to Zhu Kiang. The captured British soldiers were handed over within a 7-day deadline, and a compensation of 10 million taels of silver was required. Brunei and West Borneo were handed over to the British, and they agreed to trade, etc. Zhu Kiang didn't want to agree to anyone. She still remembered the strategy Franz told her, luring the enemy deep, and beating the dogs behind closed doors. Sir James Brooke, please reply to Hu Gao, commander of your expeditionary force. I thank him for his kindness, but I will not agree to any of the above conditions. I hope that the two countries can coexist peacefully, but if he insists on doing so, he will take it from me through strength, not threats. Zhu Kiang's English is very poor, so she spoke in Dutch, which surprised the other party and even doubted whether she heard correctly. James Brooke admired the courage of the Oriental woman in front of him very much, but this provocative reply seemed unintended. Goodbye, Your Majesty the Queen. James Brooke did not kneel down, but only took off his hat in salute. This was his pride as a Western white man, and he would not kneel down even when facing the Manchu Emperor. However, Nanming officials did not force him to make him feel that he had won. The meeting between the two parties was simple and clear, without any sloppiness. The Nanming officials in the main hall were not divided into two factions as imagined, but were all the main fighting faction. After all, it was an old tradition of the Ming dynasty not to cede territory, not to pay indemnities, and for the emperor to guard the country. Emperor Changzhen was deeply affected by this. At that time, Yu Qian said, anyone who talks about migrating southward will be killed. This rule was established. A group of veteran ministers from the southern Ming dynasty began to frantically offer suggestions and strategies, such as iron cables across the river, driving wooden piles, sending people to dig out the bottom of British ships, and other tactics found in the water margin storybook point the other faction is more pessimistic. They are willing to die for Nanming, and are preparing to move their whole family to Meraport, to fight the British army to the death point, especially some of the immigrants from the Qing dynasty, who had just defected, and among them were some guilty Manchus. Their hatred and despair for the British far exceeded the demands of others, to fight to the end point. But at this time, Zhu Qiangying announced a major event, which was to abandon the defense of Meraport Point. You must know that Malaport has forts and fortresses built by the British. It can even be said to be the strongest city on the entire island of Kalimantan Point. Everyone expressed confusion. Some people proposed burning the Meraport, leaving no brick or tile for the British, so that they would have to rebuild the port and supply points, which would delay the British Army's advance point. The island of Kalimantan has a tropical rainforest climate, which is hot and humid, with a lot of miasma, and plague will inevitably occur over time. They can use Meng Huo's method of dealing with Fang Jilian to drag the British on the island and let the other side retreat without a fight point. However, Zhu Qiangying rejected this answer. They would leave Meraport intact to the British, because it was the best port in the entire northern part of Kalimantan. If the British were defeated, they would still need to use it, so they could not burn it. This made everyone's heart skip a beat. You must know that the British had almost no defeats in the east and west. The Dutch, their most feared enemy, were also defeated by the former Hu Gao. Received Nanming's formal reply. He tore the letter into pieces with a smile, and then chopped it into 2 pieces. These damn savages, they are just like Suru. I said, they are a disgrace to mankind. How dare a woman give orders to men? I want to pin this woman down, like I did in Guangzhou. Let her experience how powerful our Western men are. Gentlemen, go and ravage. Go trample. Those damn savages deserve no sympathy. They are just beasts that look like humans. Long live the British Empire. This Hu Gao, who spoke obscene military orders, was one of the main villains who resisted the British in the Sinuan novel at that time. It is said that it was this man who allowed his soldiers to do evil, but he was not killed by the hero like in the novel head, but lived well to the age of 90. He was originally sent to India to deal with the growing threat from the Sikh Empire, but a war suddenly broke out in Southeast Asia. The Governor General of India felt that Hu Gao had experience in dealing with Easterners, so he sent him. Hu Gao completely ignored the so-called Eastern Army due to his personal experience, but his tactical thinking was still in the Napoleonic era. He only trusted the infantry. He had no defeat in his life, but that was just because he came to the right place. The huge British fleet began to approach Meraport, and then fired intensively, carefully destroying the surrounding forts one by one. Then came the highlight of the landing operation. Hu Gao was ready to completely turn Meraport into a sea of fire, because as a veteran he understood how terrifying the offensive and defensive battles in the city were. However, it only took 4 hours for the vanguard to report that they had captured Meraport without any casualties. This made Hu Gao even more convinced that the British were superior. However, to his surprise, after landing, there was no Nanming garrison at Meraport. The British troops came ashore and carried out a 4-hour massacre. Those who were killed were nothing more than they are just some aborigines from Brunei. Hu Gao couldn't understand that a country could so easily abandon an important port guarding the country's gate, because at this time, there was only 4 or 5 days journey between Xinjiang, the capital of the Southern Ming dynasty, and Meraport. Hu Gao felt that he was only a short distance away from success. He ordered the entire army to land and prepare to attack Xinjiang, the capital of Nanming. Seeing the British hurriedly preparing to leave, Zhu Qiangying knew that she was one step closer to success. Chapter 472. The First Battle of Kalimantan. Although Hu Gao wanted to capture the capital of Nanming immediately to vent his hatred, he knew that attacking a city was never easy, and the supplies he brought were not enough to support a long-term battle. Moreover, the island of Kalimantan is densely covered with jungles and the roads are muddy and difficult to navigate. Even thousands of people cannot bring all the supplies with them, so they must rely on supply teams to maintain supply lines. However, the Nanming army did not burn down the warehouse in Meraport when they withdrew, which made Hu Gao look down upon this group of greedy and stupid barbarians even more. But relying only on the warehouses in Meraport was not enough, so the commander-in-chief thought of a way. which was to defeat the enemy with food point next. The British army activated their mopping skills, burning, killing, and looting along the way. The locals were so wailing that they truly killed, looted, and burned them all. In fact, the military discipline of the British army is not so bad, but don't forget that they are not all British. There are also third brothers here. With these guys eating curry, the style will be different. Wherever the third brother passed, there was an indescribable scene. The local aborigines were completely tortured and stupid, and even those who originally wanted to be dogs for the British raised the anti-British flag. Of course, Hu Gao had already expected the rebellion of the aboriginal people. After all, these savages had similar looks, and should have the same stance. Moreover, their combat effectiveness is really incomparable to that of the red-shirted troops who were in full swing at this time. They often risked the lives of dozens of people, but still could not kill a single British guy. The British soldiers on the other side of the sea couldn't stand the terrible weather in Southeast Asia. Many of them suffered from prickly heat. In addition, the lack of vegetables, after leaving the land for a long time, led to the proliferation of athlete's foot. The accompanying fleet commander, Vice Admiral Humphrey Stenhouse, did not want to listen to the orders of Hu Gao, the landlubber. He wanted to go ashore and enjoy himself. The officers and soldiers of the Royal Navy also agreed with this opinion. After all, who wants to wander on a lonely sea when you can go to stable land? Besides, the accompanying Navy officers and soldiers totaled nearly 2,000 people, and almost all of them were combat personnel. Coupled with those advanced battleships, Humphrey Stenhouse did not think that an Eastern army could defeat his fleet. Even if the Qing dynasty's 800,000 strong army arrived at Meraport, as long as he let the soldiers board the ship, the other party could only look back and sigh. I originally thought that the military discipline of the British army was outrageous enough, but the Royal Navy exceeded the lower limit. They conducted a thorough raid on the surrounding villages. It was euphemistically called a security inspection, but in fact it was another blatant robbery. In fact, these British sailors are a group of hooligans who drink, fight, gamble, and are morally corrupt. Especially in places like India and Southeast Asia, they are even more lawless, but this is a good thing for Nanming, because there will be fewer leading parties. But there is also bad news. That is, the British army is much stronger than imagined. The defense battle of Xinjiang was extremely fierce, and Hu Gao did not take the simple city in front of him seriously at first. He led the Indians and steadily advanced towards the city. Then the neat phalanx was blown up into the sky by landmines. What is said to be landmines are actually powder barrels buried underground. The civil workers of the Nanming army have actually dug tunnels underground. With a loud bang, those Indian assassins flew into the sky and became curry everywhere. Then there were rows of rifles and old-fashioned artillery fire from the top of the city. The battle did not last long, and the three brothers fled back with howling ghosts. The initial setback made Hu Gao embarrassed and angry. Due to lack of intelligence, he did not know that the other party was equipped with so many muskets and artillery, so he asked his own soldiers to line up to deliver them. But fortunately, the range and power of those old-fashioned artillery are very limited, and they are completely incomparable with the artillery brought by the British. Hu Gao brought more than 30 field guns, and with the roar of the god of war, large iron balls fell on the city walls of Xinjiang. The houses did not collapse as imagined, but the buildings collapsed. Sawdust and bamboo chips flew everywhere. This is because the Nanming defenders hung anti-artillery platoons on the city walls. These so-called anti-artillery platoons were made of hard bamboo and hardwood, which could play a certain buffering role. But this old defensive technology was not enough to deal with the Tatars in the late Ming dynasty, let alone the great powers of the 19th century. The 3-pounder and 6-pounder cannons are okay. The 8-pounder cannon can easily smash these so-called anti-gun platoons and directly cause damage to the wall. And Hu Gao also brought 12-pound siege guns just in case. Each roar of these huge guns can destroy a section of the city wall. However, the British chose a more efficient method, which was to directly bombard the city gate, but the heavy wooden gate was blown into pieces. Hu Gao found that the so-called city gate had been completely blocked by various debris. The meaning of this behavior was obvious, that is, the defenders no longer planned to escape, and they wanted to live and die with the city. Relying on advanced artillery, the British army carried out a devastating attack on the outskirts of Xinjiang. but this low wild oriental city was much more difficult to conquer than their commanders imagined. This kind of low city wall is actually a variant of the bastion. So it will make the British army, which has an absolute advantage in firepower, somewhat unable to attack. The collapsed city walls have become new city walls again. Gao, who had experienced many battles, naturally recognized that this was a bastion, but he was so proud that he was unwilling to admit it at this time. He only thought that it was caused by the soft soil in the area. Although Xinjiang is small, it is well equipped with city walls, trenches, and moats, as well as all kinds of food, medicine, and defensive equipment. After all, this was once an important town for Nanming to defend the northern kingdom of Kalimantan. Several tentative attacks by the British were all repelled, but Hu Gao got a surprising piece of information. That is, the opponent's king did not escape, but chose to stay in the capital. The city's defenders actually numbered more than 12,000 people, which was 4 times our own military strength, but so what? He did not think that the barbarian city in front of him could stop the British Empire. So this British general who once led troops to besiege the city of Guangzhou was ready to fulfill his unfinished wish and sack a large eastern city. Of course, judging from the current situation, Hu Gao concluded that the other party wanted to defend. After all, the British army came from afar, and if they could not attack for a long time, they would have no choice but to retreat. This is not even a question of sufficient supplies, but a question of time, because there are too many variables in the tropical rainforest, and there are too many natural factors such as diseases, mosquitoes, and rainy seasons that can affect the situation of the war. But those are not problems. As long as he knows where the enemy is, he can quickly end the war. After all, in the eyes of Hu Gao, the British Empire was number 1 in the world in science and technology at this time. You must know that the Congreve rocket is an invention of the British, although it was actually copied after being beaten by the Indians with a modified version of the Divine Fire Flying Crow. But this did not affect the British general's self-confidence. He knew that even a 32-pound gun could not smash the bastion in front of him, but it only took a few hundred Congreve rockets to turn the city in front of him into pieces. Scorched earth. After all, in his impression, Eastern buildings are mostly made of wooden structures, which is very suitable for the use of rockets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, The First Battle of Kalimantan. In Meraport, the British sailors were happily harming the local aborigines. Anyway, they belonged to other fleets, and naturally did not have to worry about the consequences and responsibilities. Vice Admiral Humphrey Senhouse had 6 battleships, more than 10 other ships, and nearly 2,000 sailors. Moreover, there were frequent good news in the past, so he didn't think there would be any big problems, but as an excellent general, he decided to send the sentry 3 kilometers outside the city and replace it every 2 hours at the same time. He did not order all warships to enter the port forest. Instead, he adopted a rotation system to keep half of the ship's combat effective. But nothing happened for several days in a row, and the life on the shore was really carefree, but wandering at sea was really boring. For so many days, I didn't even see a hair of the Nanming army. On the other hand, it is said that Hu Gao's troops have already reached the opponent's capital, and he may be living a life like a fairy under the care of the emperor's concubine. After going back and forth, the officers and soldiers of the British fleet gradually relaxed their vigilance, and handovers were no longer so punctual, and things like leaving their posts without authorization occurred from time to time. There was a storm on the sea that day, so the warships that were supposed to go to sea did not set sail, but all stayed in the Meraport. But strangely enough, it looked like a big storm was going to come, but it didn't last long, and just brought heavy rain. But even so, the wind and waves at sea cannot be ignored. After all, no crew member wants to enjoy the treatment of continuing to be bumpy on the sea. As the commander of the fleet, Humphrey Senhouse did not want to force his soldiers to affect the morale of the troops. After all, this trip to Kalimantan did not gain anything for most of his naval officers, and his fleet actually consisted of 3 parts, which was really troublesome to manage. so he simply ignored it and continued to immerse himself in it. The gentle countryside of local women point. However, many people are waiting for this rain because this rain will last 1 to 2 months. Hu Gao's siege plan is doomed to fail, and this is also the clarion call for counterattack. Heavy rain poured down, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a rain curtain. The sentinels outside could not open their eyes at all. The new recruit Granger squatted under a big tree and cursed with self-pity. Damn. These Scots. They deserve to go to hell. In fact, it is common for recruits to be bullied in the army. On such rainy nights, veterans hide in warm and dry rooms and play happy games with local beauties, but he has to squat in a tree hole to take shelter from the rain. The more Granger thought about it, the angrier he became and wanted to go back to the barracks to argue with those damn guys. As soon as he left the hiding place and walked a few steps on the road, someone suddenly covered his mouth, and then a dagger was about to strike him over his neck. But the person behind him was far less strong than Granger, and the rain everywhere caused his hands to slip, so he was able to break free. Come. Quickly. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Granger yelled. It was less than 200 meters away from the barracks, but the rain was so loud that his voice was muffled. At this time, a spear pierced his chest. The opponent was so strong that he directly lifted up Granger, who was hanging on the spear. Granger could no longer feel the pain, and his head felt incredibly empty. In addition to the physical sensation, he also felt puzzled as to where the attackers came from. They neither seemed to attack from the city gate nor dived from the sea. Besides, it was raining so heavily, and in a storm, even a fish will faint. But now those things have nothing to do with Granger. Life is passing through him quickly, and then his consciousness falls into darkness at the same time. An Aboriginal woman ran away from the wine cellar in panic, as if she had seen something terrible. But this did not alarm the drunken sailors. This Oriental woman is also afraid of mice. Ha ha, ha, ha. The sailors laughed loudly, but second mate Richard Pace warned, "Young men, you'd better send someone to take a look. Corian went down with the woman just now and hasn't come up for so long. It's really embarrassing to the Scots." Ha ha, ha, ha. In fact, these sailors still hate rats, so if they can be eliminated, they must be eliminated as soon as possible. So two unlucky guys got the job of bringing back the drunk Corian and killing the rats. As soon as the two of them got down, they smelled the smell of urine, which came from the room inside. It is not uncommon for them to discharge their filth into their crotch after being drunk. The two of them continued walking forward when the person in front suddenly slipped and fell. The ground was covered with slimy liquid, which was indescribably disgusting when it was smeared on their hands. Damn, I touched shit. Then they found someone lying on the ground, presumably Corian. The person in front shouted twice, "Corrine, Corrine, the sun has risen," but the other party didn't respond, so he lit the lantern beside him. Only through the weak light did he see clearly that Corian had fallen into a pool of blood. The hands of his companion who had fallen just now were covered in blood. Just when he and the man behind him looked at each other and were about to scream the words in his mouth, suddenly a spear came out. The spear pierced the back of his head and passed out of his mouth. He twitched and fell to the ground. The people behind him were frightened and wanted to turn around and run away, but as soon as they turned around, something was caught around their necks and they were immediately pulled up into the air. Soon the two men also turned into smelly corpses. The floor of the cellar was lifted up, and 3,000 battalions of soldiers kept coming out of it. The time for the decisive battle has arrived. Outside the Xinjiang city, Hu Gao stood on a hillside and looked into the city. He couldn't help but sigh. What kind of capital is this? It's completely a military fortress. Almost all the buildings in this city are made of bricks and stones. Hundreds of Congreve rockets hit them, but the people inside were completely unmoved when they were eating and sleeping. At the same time, Hu Gao also noticed the continuous dark clouds above his head, and he did not want to let his victory have any uncertainty. So the general made a surprising decision: retreat. The officers under his command were very puzzled. After all, it seemed that victory was imminent. The opponent had already retreated into the city and did not dare to come out. All he had to do was continue. Those barbarians are not worthy of me continuing to sacrifice outstanding soldiers of the British Empire. Our purpose of deterrence has been achieved this time, and we can continue negotiations. The heavy rain covered up the sound of fighting. Nanming's soldiers continued to pour out of the tunnel, and Lieutenant General Humphrey Senhouse's adjutant broke in. "Your Majesty, Lieutenant General, we must leave." "What's the matter, sir?" At first, Humphrey Senhouse could hold the prostitute and talk calmly, but when he saw clearly that his adjutant, the young and handsome Welsh boy, had a navy uniform soaked with blood, he can't calm down anymore. "Enemy attack. Easterners everywhere. We are surrounded." Humphrey Senhouse raised the curtains, and there was a bolt of lightning. Against the background of the thunder, the scene was intermittent. There were bloody fighting scenes everywhere outside the glass window, as well as Nanming soldiers pouring out of the abandoned houses. Guess how to deal with those British battleships. If you guess correctly, there will be an extra update. There were foreshadowings before. Chapter 474. The First Kalimantan War. Hu Gao's sudden order to retreat was indeed unexpected by Nanming, because such an advantaged and very proud opponent usually would only think of taking a step back after a bloody encounter. In fact, in order to keep the British troops in Xinjiang, Zhu Qiangying sent people to spread rumors that there were tens of millions of taels of silver hidden in the palace point. But I didn't expect that the other party was completely unmoved. In fact, Hu Gao's military thinking was indeed backward, but his intuition and judgment were very good point at the same time. Nanming's performance was too fake, and the two sides acted as if they were going to die for their country, even before they came into contact. This made Hu Gao feel a great sense of violation point, and after arriving in Kalimantan, he felt that the Lion City had a serious lack of intelligence on the so-called Nanming. The barbaric tribes described by the officials actually had an astonishing rate of firearms equipment. In addition, this strange fortress and the spirit of the defender surprised him. Hu Gao had never looked down upon any Eastern army, and this was true for India in the Qing dynasty, but this time he admitted that he had failed. The battle that he thought would be over in a week at most took 5 days on the road and 3 days of siege, but no substantial progress was made. Although he did not lose anything, his trump card was almost exposed. Hu Gao didn't want to engage in any digging and siege. He thought it would be more cost effective to use the maritime advantage to continue to harm the enemy's port. Xian, the prime minister of the southern Ming dynasty who stayed behind, immediately ordered people to dig up the dikes in order to flood the 7th Army. However, the reality was that the river directly changed its course, and the flood bypassed the British troops, but it was not completely useless. At least it created a floodplain, and delayed the British Army's return of reinforcement. Hu Gao looked at the flood of sediment in front of him, and could only lament his bad luck. But he would not wait, and immediately ordered the cannon fodder third brother to build upon Tunbridge Point. On the other hand, Xian couldn't believe the scene she observed through the telescope. Those British people actually dared to jump into the flood to build a floating bridge, but she had no time to admire their courage, because the thunderclouds from the north had already arrived. The arrival of the rainy season will greatly weaken the combat effectiveness of the British Army, and at the same time, create opportunities for closing doors and beating dogs. Xian still admires the strange foreign prince Zhu Qiangying talks about. Every gift he gives to Nanming is very important to this country. For example, although the tactics at this time only had 8 words, it was their only chance to completely defeat the British. The 5,000 men in her hand did not have the equipment of the 3 battalions and the Xinjiang Imperial Guards. Most of them only had bows and arrows, spears, shovels, and hoes, so if they wanted to block the British Army head on, they would simply hit the stone with an egg. Moreover, in fact, the power and range of bows and arrows will be greatly reduced after being stained with water, let alone fighting in the rain, which is simply a fantasy point, but she still has a way to delay the opponent's marching speed. Xian ordered her men to immediately destroy all the bridges from Xinjiang to Meraport, then destroy the roads, and then use the little gunpowder in their hands to make a few landmines. The rest can only be left to God's will. In Meraport, the fighting never stopped. The heavy rain greatly reduced the combat effectiveness of the British Army, but the gap in training between the two sides was still irreparable. The Nanming army had an advantage due to the tunnel surprise attack in the city, but the battle at the dock was not optimistic point. Although the British army on the dock only numbered 400 to 500 people at most, the Nanming army could not charge forward at all point. It was precisely because of this that Lieutenant General Humphrey Senhouse and his adjutant did not follow the footsteps of Colonel Hardacre Crees, and they successfully escaped to the dock point. Seeing the Nanming soldiers pouring toward the dock like a black tide, Lieutenant General Senhouse decisively ordered everyone to board the battleship and fire. The battleship salvo is so powerful that it cannot be resisted by flesh and blood. General Liu Dadao didn't hesitate. He swung his sword and chopped off the head of a British soldier who was begging for mercy, and then raised it high. Brothers, kill a foreign devil and get 10 acres of land. Catch them all for me. Then Nanming soldiers began a city-wide search for the remnants of the enemy. As for the British who hid on the ship, they encountered new problems before they had time to breathe. Since the number of remaining sailors was limited, and Vice Admiral Humphrey Senhouse did not want British ships to fall into the hands of the enemy, there were only 20 or 30 men on each ship, except his flagship. Lieutenant General Senhouse also imagined that more survivors would rush to the dock, and then all the ships would be driven away. But a scream woke him up. A large number of Nanming soldiers were climbing onto his warship with knives in their hands. Some people had even jumped on the ship and started to chase and kill the British sailors crazily. And these people not only had knives, but some also had revolvers. Lieutenant General Humphrey Senhouse leaned on the side of the ship, and screams came one after another around him. He looked back and saw through the flashing thunderlight that another battleship was already crawling with Nanming soldiers wearing black clothes or shirtless, and more people emerged from the black water. Lieutenant General Senhouse collapsed on the ground. He felt that he was in hell at the moment, and his enemies were completely a group of demons from hell. In fact, the first thing Zhu Qiangying did in Nanyang was to recruit local Chinese pirates, but these people were usually sent out to intercept merchant ships transporting piglets, and do some shady things. Ship hijacking is their specialty. These people are known for their ruthlessness, and it is impossible for real desperados to do such a thing as sneaking into a battleship in a small boat at night during a storm. In fact, these pirates have much more experience in dealing with foreigners than the Nanming army. They often had to deal with these foreigners before they took refuge in Zhu Qiangying. If they ran slower, they would be killed or captured and taken back to collect rewards. Once the opponent catches up, the only way to survive is to jump to another country and fight. So these people are extremely desperate at this moment. The captain of the British ship Hayaxin had just shot and killed an Nanming soldier with a long beard when 2 more young soldiers jumped on the deck. The Wale next door had been completely captured. The captain who had been resisting just now had his head cut off and his body thrown into the sea. On Humphrey Senhouse's flagship Bengal, a British soldier stabbed an Nanming soldier into the body, but the latter clutched the rifle before he died and refused to let go, creating a situation for his companions to kill the former. A chance to be cut into pieces. What was even more terrible for Humphrey Senhouse was that after the commotion on the ship, the Nanming army that had just retreated came back to fight. The bloody killing continued like this, and the long night was like the scythe of death, constantly harvesting lives. The next day, Senhouse leaned slumped on the mast. Only his flagship and less than 100 officers and men were left in his entire fleet, and all of them, including himself, were injured. If a few brave young men hadn't detonated the ammunition rooms of several other battleships last night, then I would have become a sinner of the British Empire. Of course, Humphrey Senhouse also wanted to thank his adjutant, the brave young Welshman. If he hadn't cut the cable of the flagship, no British would have left the port of Mera alive. Fog rose from the sea in the early morning, but the lookout still spotted a fleet slowly approaching. He shouted when he saw the Union Jack flag hanging high, "Captain, it's our ship." "Great. Ask them for help quickly. Tell them that pirates have attacked us, and ask them to help us take back Mera port." However, Humphrey Senhouse could not be happy for long, because when the fleet approached, he discovered that, although the 2 battleships leading the team also flew the British flag, they were all Easterners on board, and their guns were. The door has been opened. In advance. Standing on the bow of the ship, Zhu Qiangying, wearing a Western-style military uniform, said fire. The 2 battleships fired a salvo at the same time as they approached the Bengal. The iron ball smashed the wooden hull for a while, and sawdust flew into the sky. The people on board were either directly cut in two by the iron ball, or were killed by the scattered fragments. This was Zhu Qiangying's last trump card, the Nanming Navy, 2 battleships, 3 cruisers, and 7 frigates. It was these guys that she relied on to conquer the pirates in Nanyang. This was also her confidence point. 2 of the battleships were eliminated by Austria, and were left to Zhu Qiangying by France. 3 cruisers were captured from the British, while the other 7 frigates were bought from the Dutch and Spanish, with the middlemen being Austria Point and Meriport. The heads of British soldiers have been piled up as high as a hill point. These Nanming soldiers did not know anything about international law. Most of them were farmers or coolies, or pirates, bandits or gang members. Even if there are 1 or 2 people who have read occasionally, they only know that anyone who offends our strong men will be punished, no matter how far away they are. When Zhu Qiangying's warship arrived at Meriport, she stepped off the warship alone, holding something in her hand. She threw it casually, and fell into Liu Dadeo's hand. It was a human head. Liu Dadeo observed it carefully for a long time, but could not see anything, because in his eyes, Westerners were all the same. It's Humphrey Senhouse's head. Send it to Hu Gao, and tell him to surrender or die. God bless the Ming dynasty. Long live. Long live. The soldiers of Nanming shouted long live. They were all extremely excited, because they had done something that the Manchus had not been able to do, and it was really a joyful thing to be able to behead the enemy chief. All the generals felt that they had won 80% of this war, and all that was left was to wipe out the remaining enemies. However, they did not know that in addition to the expeditionary force in Southeast Asia, the British also had hundreds of battleships and hundreds of thousands of troops. On the other hand, Hu Gao was already angry to death. He didn't know what a wicked person he was who had damaged the road so badly. People and horses can make do with it, but the baggage cannot move on this road at all, especially the heavy artillery. Hu Gao is reluctant to abandon it. He can only ask for help from Meriport while filling the hole, hoping that the other party he can recruit some native people to help him. But the British did nothing along the way. How could it be possible, now that they want the Aborigines to help them? As soon as the locals saw the British coming, they all fled into the mountains and refused to come out. The latter had no other solution. They tried setting fire to the mountains, but it was too difficult to burn the mountains in the rainy season, so they had to give up in the end. Hu Gao's messenger was arrested as soon as he arrived at Meriport. He could not believe the scene in front of him. Thousands of British corpses were being collectively incinerated in the center of the port. Sir, please don't mind. The weather here is hot and humid, and the corpse will cause plague if it is not disposed of in time. But we can transfer your ashes to your country. Luo Xiangnan, who is in charge of diplomacy, said in proficient English that he was the son of a wealthy businessman in Guangzhou. He had studied in Europe for many years and wanted to return to China to flex his muscles, but things didn't go as planned. Luo Xiangnan thought he couldn't get enough of the officialdom of the Qing dynasty. Instead, he was castrated and thrown on the street because he offended a certain nobleman. In order to save the family business, his father chose to expel Luo Xiangnan from the house, but Nyan still gave him some money to go to Nanyang during the father-son dispute. Luo Xiangnan is the head of the Shenji camp, the minister of Hanglu Temple, equivalent to the minister of foreign affairs, and the only eunuch in the southern Ming dynasty. The British soldier felt that the gay man's choice of words was a bit inaccurate. Yes, you guys. What do you mean? I mean you are useless, and we don't have the habit of preparing rooms for invaders here, so please die. Luo Xiangnan pushed the British man into the burning pit of fire. He ignored the struggling and screaming man below and just said to the people around him, "Tell Your Majesty that there are still 2,700 people in Hu Gao's team and more than 200 wounded soldiers, including 1,200 Indians. In his view, these people are unstable factors, but you tell Your Majesty again that Indians are not good birds, and we have no spies who can penetrate into the other side. Tell Prime Minister Xian that the alienation strategy is not easy to use against Westerners." However, Xian still got a Spaniard To read the Imperial edict in Hugao's military camp point, the general idea was to urge Hugao to surrender, and made it clear that Meraport had been lost, and that they had no way out point. At the same time, a reward of 10,000 taels was offered for Hugao's head. Each British soldier had a reward of 10 taels of silver, and other officers had a reward ranging from 20 to 100 taels. That night, many assassinations occurred in the military camp. Several soldiers had their heads cut off, and some officers were even among the dead point. At the same time, the number of deserters in the Indian military camps is also increasing. Some people are taking the heads of British people to receive rewards, and some are unable to bear the abuse of British people. However, most of them are just daily deserters, because of the corruption of military discipline point. But this was a serious blow to the morale of Hugao's army. He knew very well that all the soldiers would run away before he could reach Meraport point, but it was impossible for the proud British general to surrender. He believed that the Lion City Singapore should have received the news and would send people to rescue them soon. What he has to do now is to take the troops to Meraport to wait for rescue, and for this, some things have to be given up. The first was the seriously injured people. There was a lack of medical treatment in this place, and the terrain was rugged and difficult to navigate. It was really a burden to carry them around, so they were handed over to the army chaplain point. But those priests were not stupid. They just left the seriously injured people on the road and ran for their lives. Naturally, Nanming's army would not take care of these people, but it was different for the indigenous people who had been bullied miserably by the British. They would seize this opportunity to complain and take revenge. Then those heavy weapons also became the target of abandonment, because these big guys often got stuck in the mud and slowed down the march, so they had to be abandoned. But Hugao would not leave it to the enemy, so he blocked the bore with mud and blew it up. After losing 2/3 of their baggage and almost all their artillery, the British army finally arrived at Meraport. Chapter 475 to News. Vienna, Schönbrunn Palace. Franz didn't know about the earth-shattering events happening in the distant east. He picked up a newspaper and read it carefully. Soon I found today's fun. The plague broke out in London, and France promulgated an African version of the Homestead Law. I don't know if it was stimulated by Austria. The plague in London did not attract his attention at the time. In his subconscious, the plague was a medieval disease. After all, this disease had long since disappeared from people in the era he lived in. Moreover, the population of London at that time exceeded 1 million, and all kinds of terrible industrial wastewater, permeated chemical gases, and various unknown germs and microorganisms adulterated in food could be seen everywhere. And of course there are curses from all over the world. Like the Tasmanians, the Irish, and the indigenous peoples of Africa and Asia and Oceania. Franz's table would be filled with various outbreaks of epidemics in London every year, such as typhoid, cholera, plague, dysentery, etc. So he was already used to it. Europeans at the time even generally believed that if the Arctic melted and the ancient virus inside spread to the civilized world, it would not be surprising that only the British would survive. In the end. As for the French Homestead Law, I had long expected it, because France had gone to any lengths to conquer Algeria. Since the invasion of Algeria in 1830, they have never shown mercy, not to mention all-out war and conventional means of creating no man's land. The French's brutal policy towards Algerian civilians is appalling. They also established a local management system similar to the Baogia system, to the effect that if one person makes a mistake, the whole village will rise to heaven. Rebels and agitators were regularly executed in markets and town centers, not by hanging, as was common in Europe, but by decapitation. Bougourde, the French governor in Algeria, described this behavior as doing as the Romans do. Since Algeria is relatively close to the French mainland, the Paris authorities have always wanted to immigrate from the mainland, rather than assimilate and absorb. Algerians suffer greatly from this line of thinking. But at that time, the French did not like to leave their homes, even if they were only separated by a sea. Then the smart Bugeaud thought of a new way to close the brothels, and encourage French soldiers to rape local women, to increase the population. The brutal behavior of the French shocked the journalists sent from the European continent. France's newspaper Good Night, Vienna also sent reporters, of course, since the relationship between the two countries is not so harmonious. Most of the reporters sent there are employed French or Austrians of French descent. This will help you avoid accidents as much as possible. Although these reporters were surprised and angry, most of the reports they wrote were about how many people the French had killed today or recently, how many villages they had destroyed, how many women they had insulted, and they even invited civilized people like them to participate in this beastly act hunting feast. But this description is not shocking enough. One set of data shows that since France invaded Algeria, the local population has dropped from more than 4 million to 2.3 million. The population has been almost halved in less than 20 years. At this time, the French colonists instituted the Homestead Law, not only to attract immigrants and increase government revenue, but also to eliminate the Algerian people's will to resist. Paris stipulated that Algeria's wasteland would be regarded as unclaimed land, and French settlers could purchase large tracts of land here at very low prices. In fact, due to geographical climate, technological limitations, coupled with wars and massacres, much of Algeria's land remains fallow and undeveloped. This wave of operations directly allowed the French government to obtain 70% of Algeria's land. At the same time, local Algerians who owned their own land had to report their names, property, family information, and attitudes towards the rebels. The French colonial authorities registered them and then announced their attitude towards the rebels outside each village. They even issued so-called good citizen certificates, so that these people had to become lackeys of the French. The governor of Algeria, Bourgaud, dedicated so much land to his monarch, Louis Philippe, that the latter was so happy that he couldn't help but praise his love for the future. But the former only said it modestly. Algerians are too lazy. They don't deserve these lands. The glory belongs to France. Although the French have insufficient food production, they still choose to use high quality farmland to continue growing grapes. After all, the returns from growing grapes are much higher than growing food. In fact, because Europe as a whole is in a relatively peaceful rising period, people's consumption levels have actually increased, and France's high quality red wine has always been in short supply. But the high profits only belong to the French, and it is a disaster for the Algerians. A large number of grapes have been planted, causing local food prices to skyrocket. This has produced a strange phenomenon. That is, the better the wine business, the harder the life of Algerians. In other aspects, the French colonial authorities were also very inappropriate. For example, when a European reporter asked about the atrocities committed by the French army against local women in Algeria, French officials shamelessly publicly condemned the Algerian women for being too loose, especially the black veils on their faces. Is completely a hint. So Governor Bourgaud asked local women to ban covering their faces with black gauze to avoid unnecessary body friction. At the same time, the French also sold low quality alcoholic drinks to Algeria, claiming that they were drinks and not wine. This behavior greatly damages the local social atmosphere and increases the crime rate. But this group of French pioneers didn't care about this. They only knew that their wallets were bulging. In front of wealth, everything else is just a cloud. In addition to Algeria, Morocco next door is not much better. The French army adopted equally extreme measures when attacking Morocco. In fact, the king of Morocco took in Algerian refugees, which greatly aroused Bourgaud's anger. This loving father of the Algerian people intends to let the Moroccans also feel his love. So he ordered the massacre of Tlemcen. This city is an important border town between Morocco and Algeria, and is also the base camp of the Algerian rebels. In fact, the war between Morocco and France had been on and off before this, because the former had mastered the latter's Achilles heel, which was the British. Abd al-Rahman, the Sultan of Morocco, bribed the British again and again to mediate between Morocco and France. Before, the French were still busy with matters in Central America and Algeria. Now that they have finally freed up their hands, they will not let go of Morocco, the piece of fat that is brought to their lips at this time. The British consul Lamond was also a real person. Seeing the resolute attitude of the French side, he rushed to the Moroccan palace overnight to inform the French of their intentions and returned the bribe. This greatly moved Abd Rahman, and what moved him even more was that the British consul planned to sell arms to him, and the price was naturally very touching. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.